Good evening, everyone. Call to order. We have a quorum. Could we have the roll call, please, Weston?
Yes, Mayor, of course. Mayor Sticks.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Here.
Councilmember Rule.
Here.
Councilmember Lang.
Here.
Councilmember Whitman.
Here.
Thank you, Weston. And welcome, everyone, to the January 23rd, 2024 meeting of the Ojai City Council. Weston, would you please say the pledge for us?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Welcome, community. Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Weston. And before the approval of the agenda, I would like to make a statement. So if everyone first can just take a deep inhale. Good. And let's remember that we are all connected and that we're here because we love our town and we care about the issues that affect Ojai. We also collectively acknowledge that we live in contentious times. We are seeing this all over the country and the planet. The world needs peace. Let's do our best to practice peace with each other right here and right now. Let's also remember that city council meetings are the city's board meetings and the time for us to do business and give direction to staff so that they can do their work. We are blessed with an incredibly hardworking and caring staff, and I'm grateful to each and every one of them. That said, we are also a very small city and thus have a very small staff. We need to respect their time and give them the opportunity to complete their work. We must also create and maintain an atmosphere at our meetings in which we can attend to business productively, fairly, and civilly. I ask that we all strive to be our most gracious selves and focus on policies versus personalities. To that end, please refrain from side conversations, clapping, snapping, and of course, booing. Please turn off your phones. If you need to talk, please go outside. If there are disruptions from individuals or groups, I will issue a warning. If the warning goes unheeded, the Chief of Police, and thank you, Chief Newman, for being here, will escort the individual or group out of the meeting. We don't want to have to do this. I'm asking that each one of us practices self-control and respect for others in the process so that the meetings can be productive and efficient. Everyone deserves to be heard, and to be heard, we all need to listen. Thank you for understanding and modeling the behavior that we want to see in the world. And before we continue, Mayor Pro Tem would like to make an announcement about a special meeting that was called by a few council members.
Yeah. So next Tuesday at 6 o'clock, we're going to have a special meeting on everything pickleball and an update about the Soul Park courts. We'll have representatives from the county here, and that will be a great opportunity for everyone that to speak, the whole community, the neighbors, the pickleball players. And we want to remind you that if you're here to speak on pickleball tonight during unscheduled items, we cannot respond. So if you can save your comments for next week, we can take notes and we can respond to your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Souza. All right, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I'd actually like to pull a couple of items.
Okay.
So item 5 is the ERF grant on the homeless, and I think that I fully intend us to hear that issue at some point in time, but I think we need our new city manager to weigh in on, well, maybe I'm saying new city manager prematurely, but I think we need his advice. I think we don't know how much it's going to cost to go down this ERF path. We don't have an agreement with the county as to share costs, and that was something that James Vega told me was the most important part of the of addressing that issue. And We haven't received information about alternative paths to funding and addressing the homeless encampment. And the community is upset in terms of how much information they've received coming into these meetings. So for all of those reasons, I would like to pull that item, and then a much shorter version is the item on the general plan, which once again, I believe we need our city manager to be involved in advising us how we're going to handle the administrative issues of the general plan, which is really what that item concerns.
Okay, so you're suggesting pulling items 5 and 6?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to make a
Mayor Pro Tem?
My suggestion is that rather than pooling item 5, we have representatives here from the county, from the Green Coalition. We have the Citizen Task Force on Homelessness. They've been working for a year. And many of us, and many of the neighbors are here. My suggestion is that you make that recommendation after the staff report, public discussion, and you can make it during council deliberation. You can make a motion at that time to not make a decision until the new city manager is on board, but I consider it unfair, and I would not support that. Thank you.
Councilmember, any thoughts?
Well, if I don't have any seconds, then it's not a,
Is there a second?
I would second pulling I would second pulling item number 6, the general plan. But I agree that with so many representatives here for item number 5, that I would hate to be disrespectful of their time.
okay?
Thank you.
So we have a motion to pull item number 6, correct? Okay. And approve the balance? And approve the rest, okay. Is
Is
there a second to pull 6?
Is
Yes.
there any
Okay.
repercussions?
Okay.
No. Is there any problem with that, interim city manager, with pulling 6? We probably won't get to it anyway, actually, realistically,
Yeah.
realistically.
It's later in the agenda, and this is one that, with respect to timing, it boils down to some revisions we have to make because of decisions of the state legislature. But this is one, from a timing perspective, that could wait for a future meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And I would agree that it would be wise to wait for our new city manager to
Yeah.
weigh in. So, motion to approve the agenda? All in favor?
With the,
Yes, with item
with
number
the
6.
withdrawing the number 6.
Yeah, and
Understood.
Just to, I think it would be helpful for the potentially incoming city manager to at least get an overview with all of the representatives that are here. So there's a starting point from the people that have been, on the ground with it. So I agree with Susan, with Council Member Mayor Pro Tem Francina's recommendation.
Okay, so all in favor of approving the agenda? All in favor?
Aye,
Aye.
Aye,
except for,
Okay. Okay,
as modified.
great.
yeah.
All right, no presentations this evening, so we will move on to commission reports. Any commission reports?
Yes, Mayor, we have one commission report from the Arts Commission. Chair West or Commissioner Steiner were both present here tonight. If you could please come forward.
Hi, everybody. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm pleased to report that our Arts Commission, Christine's here, our Arts Commission has kicked off the year last Thursday in an uplifting and positive manner with a full chamber of artists that were present for a most informative presentation from the Carolyn Glasso Bailey Foundation, which is another of our unsung arts organizations in the community. As we continue to serve council and our community through the execution of our detailed 5-year plan, which we reviewed at our last meeting, the council, artists, and the community are always invited to our monthly meetings, which will be opened with a presentation from a selected arts organization from our valley. Alongside Christine Steiner, Commissioner Steiner, I'm pleased to be able to present tonight our slate of recommended grantees, just shy of $30,000 in arts grants this year, which you have before you, unanimously approved by the Commission Commissioners Steiner, Chisholm, Grau, and myself, these artists and art organizations were recommended from a record list of applicants. In keeping with the principles in our strategic plan, the inclusion of more members of the community in the government process, a very special thank you goes out to our volunteer ad hoc committee members, Brett Bradigan, Sammy Zaringer, Julie Grist, who with Commissioner Chisholm selected the recipients that are presented to you tonight. With a record number of applicants, the committee's evaluations of the requests considered local impact, community values, inclusivity, reach, cultural honor, educational opportunity, and beauty, of course. In total, we're very proud of the diverse range of the recipients that are that cross a wide spectrum in all art forms. Thank you in advance for your acknowledgement and respect of the time and energy contributed by these volunteers, as well as the artists who submitted grant requests, and your arts commissioners, of course. This is one of the most valuable ways that our city gives back to the community directly. As an aside, I speak for the Arts Commission when I recommend you consider a peace grant for an art installation. Council can do so much more than measly little Arts Commission could do with our little bit of money, and it's a very important issue to the community. One additional request is that from the commission is that the council acts quickly to choose the 5th commissioner as soon as possible. We have a lot of good work to do for the community and a lot of talented people who want to volunteer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Smitty, and thank you, Commissioner Steiner. Thank you so much for being here, and we are on the appointments, so.
May I ask a question? It's actually of the council. I am going to be pulling item H on the Arts Grant Awards, and I think I should wait until that time. Yeah, but I'm hoping that you can stay for that.
Would you like us to stay?
I would, thank you.
We're
Yeah.
happy to.
Thank
Do
you.
you have a sense of when that would be on the agenda? I know you've got a packed agenda.
It's part.
Next.
We have 30 minutes of public communication, and then we go to the consent calendar, so.
Beautiful. Thank you. We will see you then.
Wait,
Okay.
can I,
Yep.
wait, just real quickly,
Councilmember Lang?
before you go away, I just wanted to say thank you so much. I was the council liaison last quarter, and I had the real honor and privilege of being there when
Just
all
say,
of
I'm going to ask for the ambient noise, the side conversations to stop. Thank you.
I had the real privilege and honor of being there when all of the arts grants applicants came to present their projects. Wow. If you really want to know what the heart of our city is, go back and watch that meeting. It was such an inspiration, and I don't know how you made the decision. There were so many worthy applicants, and I think the consensus was we need to raise more money for the arts in our community. And that's something that's going to be, a goal of mine so that we can fund more incredible organizations and artists here in Ojai. So thank you very much for all
We
that you
vote
do.
on that.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll see you in 30 minutes.
All right, thank you so much. All right, we will move on to public communications right now. And just a reminder, we take 30 minutes at this point, one agenda item, and then we return to public comments. So these are items not on the agenda, and because they're not on the agenda, we cannot discuss them. We appreciate your viewpoint and participation, and we can agendize these items for the future. Normally, public comment is 3 minutes. If there are more than 25 comments in general public comment or on any specific item, we reduce the time to 2 minutes. We have 19 general comments right now, so it'll remain at 3 minutes. At the end of the 3 minutes, you'll hear a chime as a gentle reminder that your time is up. And in the spirit of equity, so that everyone gets equal time, the mic will be deactivated when the chime goes off. There is no giving away time to another speaker, and if you're in agreement with a previous person, please just say ditto. We encourage speakers to state their names and addresses before speaking. This is the time to allow the council to become informed. Kindly refrain from any side conversations or ambient noise while people are speaking. We need quiet so that we can hear each other. Even if we disagree, let's show each speaker respect by deep listening. Let's remember that we are all here because we care about our community. The community includes all the people here, in the audience, on the dais, and behind the scenes. While we won't agree with each other on everything, we all need to come from a place of mutual respect, consideration, and civility. Please limit your comments to items that are on the city's business, or that are the city's business. This is important because we want to focus on issues and concerns that are within the city's jurisdiction and where the city is able to effectively respond and make an impact. Think of the city council meeting as a board meeting for the municipal corporation, one that focuses on streets, sidewalks, local public safety, land use, recreation, etc. Everyone on the city council understands that there are a host of important issues facing our country and the world. That is clear. We would like to focus here in our meetings on matters within the city's control and influence. We need to spend time on working to improve the quality of life in Ojai, which is why all of us are here. Thank you for allowing me this moment to provide some framework, and thank you for your participation and interest in the city of Ojai. We are here because we care about our community, which includes each of us, and that's a beautiful thing. So we'll begin with the first 10 speakers, so that will be a half an hour.
have a question as a city
Let me
clerk.
finish my sentence. 3 minutes each. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
Are you still going to give a warning before the 3 minutes is up?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. The warning is heard by everyone as the loud chime.
That's the warning.
Oh, excuse me.
Lights give a warning.
The light, they have light.
Don't we have the light?
Let me jump in. There is no warning symbol. It's clearly shown very
Oh,
large.
It's just there, yeah.
Yes, so there's
Okay,
one-
the
there's one
speaker can
chime.
look over there. I mean, I know it's there. So the speaker
Good
can look
question.
there. When I was when I used to go behind the podium, I'd get really nervous. Maybe
I
my time's
understand.
up. So we want to make sure that they can.
It is a good question. To be clear, there is no warning chime. It is the 3-minute chime, but
Okay.
very, very large.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we will begin with our first 10 speakers. First, we have Sheriff Jim Freihoff, then Larry Steingold, and then Nuri Ronagi. And just a reminder that Sheriff Jim Freihoff used to be our chief of police.
Well, good evening, Mayor Sticks, Mayor Pro Tem Francina, Council, City Manager. Matt, great to see you again. As your sheriff, I'm thrilled to be here back in Ojai. As you know, Ojai has a very special place in my heart. Not only was I the chief here from 2017 to 2020, certainly during the Thomas fire, but I was also a deputy here working in patrol from 94 to 98. So I've had a couple of treks up in the Ojai Valley. I absolutely love the Ojai Valley. I love the community here. And I just wanted to say that we're thrilled to provide the public safety needs for your community and the greater Ojai Valley. I'm thrilled that Trina is the chief up here. Having an Ojai resident as your chief is amazing. For those that know, I live in Simi, the east end of Simi. It was a long trek when I was the chief up here, but I loved it so much. It was an hour-and-a-half drive each way every day. But I loved it. And thrilled that Trina's close and that she's able to provide the support for you as a council and a community. And I just wanted to come to say hi. That's the only reason I'm here. I'm going to give you 2 minutes of your life back. Thank you very much. You guys have a great night.
Thank you, Jim. Next, we have Larry Steingold, then Nuri Ronagi, and then Carol Wade.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Mayor, your speech about staying focused, city-centric, is the first thing I've heard in 7 years from a city council here. We deal with the city. You got 4.5 miles, you got 7,500 people, you got 4,000 properties, you got 1 million visitors every year, and they don't leave enough money. Okay, so we need to have more money coming in, whether it's a TOT, a sales tax, ADUs, STRs, whatever you want to call them, we need more money coming in from someplace. That being said, the 2,600 unit deal that assumes maybe it is cratered, maybe it hasn't, came to the forefront October 2023. Did any of you know about it prior to, before that date? And if you did, why didn't any of you come forward to tell the public so we could get organized, defensive, whatever? Because we need to know. Now, I know I'm speaking second, and other people are here because of whatever they want to talk about. I'm going to assume it's Palestine and Hamas and terrorism and what have you. Okay, so I have nothing to talk about until after them, but then since I can't. But the point is, so I'm not going to. But the support of pro-terrorist point is dumb, okay, for the city of Ojai, for the prime reason, so thank you. Let's stick with the roads, let's stick with housing, let's stick with all the things that represent the 7,500 people and the voters and the people who re-elect you or not, live here, okay? I know I've heard where the valley goes, the city goes, where the city goes, the valley goes. That's nice, okay, and it's important. But you represent the city, and not the county, not the state, not you represent your district. You represent everybody here. We need you to be city-centric. And I wish you luck, and the new potential city manager, he's gonna make his own luck. We don't make luck. You work hard at making luck. You work harder. You have a lot of people here that want the city to do well. I want you to do well. I don't want to trip on sidewalks. I don't want to trip on asphalt. Bryant Street is beginning to look worse than Iraq, or anywhere else for that matter, okay? But the idea is the city needs help. You're here, you're it. Please stay focused on the city, regardless of what goes on. Thank you.
I'd like, Larry?
Thank you, Larry.
Mayor, I'd like to make a two-sentence response.
Sure.
In truth, we do deal with county issues. We all are representatives at county commissions and that impacts Ojai, so just to be clear. Secondly, if you're talking about the development on the Cardi property.
Which is
and
not
ca-
on the
it's
agenda,
not
and
on-
cannot
no.
discuss.
Not on the agenda.
Not on the
Okay,
agenda.
I'm not,
You can't
well, he
discuss
asked
it.
the question if we
Well,
knew
we,
about
No,
the
it was
county.
rhetorical.
Okay,
You can't
Not
talk
on the
about
agenda.
it.
okay, thank you.
Okay,
I'll get an answer
Okay.
sometime.
All
Anyway,
right.
so thank you very much.
thank you, Larry. Next, we have Nuri, then Carol Wade, and then N. Holmes.
Thank you, everybody. I love you all. This is International City of Peace. You all, or others past, we want peace. That's not guilty to want peace for the whole world. You travel. This air is for the whole world, we all. We want peace, and I'm here with a lot of love, unity, so that feel the pain of the families that they lost their children, 10,000. That is love. That is on our agenda. Or women who died. Why? We are talking and asking 15 cities in United States up to 2 weeks ago, they passed resolution for ceasefire. That is peace, that is love, that is saving children, that is saving women and men. This is International City of Peace. I'm asking for peace. I'm asking for international peace. And I'm asking for children and women. You all have children. So please, let us together put the resolution and feel good that we are useful for the world. We are part of the world. We want to be together loving. We don't want to kill each other. It doesn't matter. These days, the tools, you can sit here and kill the other side of the world. World is so connected. And that is why we need to be connected to the world, every one of you. And pass the resolution, please, for peace, for love, for humanity, for being together. I'm not asking for separation. We all, please. Does it make sense? Really? Does it?
Thank you, Nuri. Thank you. Next, we have Carol Wade, then N. Holmes, then Tim Kraut.
Hello, everyone. I'm here, as you probably can guess, to ask that you will once again consider the ceasefire resolution that you made a promise to consider and then left before that actually could be heard, that the voices of the people that came to talk about it, most of them didn't get a chance to talk about it, and then you did not keep your promise to vote on that resolution. Our country has had a lot of broken promises. That's one of the things that sadly we've been founded on. And I would like to ask that you honor your promise, that you listen to all of the citizens of Ojai. I would like to point out that this is relevant to me as a citizen of this town for 25 years, and to my children and to my grandchild. I think that when we don't stand for injustice that is happening anywhere in the world, then we're not standing for ourselves. And I really ask you to look inside your hearts and to consider the fact that these numbers that we're talking about in terms of the deaths of the children, of the adults, we didn't make them up. This is real. All the hospitals that have now been destroyed, all the schools, all the infrastructure, the humanitarian aid that's not going there is relevant to us here, because if we don't stop injustice in other places, who's going to stand for us? Will someone stand for us when we need it? I really ask you to look inside your hearts, to think about what's happening, and to honor your promise to let us have a vote, to have you listen to our voices as citizens of Ojai, and then have a vote. You guys vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. And next we have N. Holmes, then Tim Kraut, and then Cyrus Mayer.
Hi, City Council. My name is Naima Holmes. I am a resident of Ojai. My daughter, Callie, goes to Miners Oaks Elementary, TK. I am here because I do think this is a local issue, and it is attached to the housing crisis. So, at what cost? 80% of Ojai's budget comes from transient occupancy tax, aka tourism. A large percentage of that money comes from Ojai Valley Inn. The inn is owned by a family that is a majority shareholder in the 5th largest weapons dealer in the world. This is a local issue. General Dynamics produces MK-80 bombs, 2,000-pound bombs that they drop in tightly condensed areas. General Dynamics, majority shareholder, is the family that owns Ojai Valley Inn. The United States is in the midst of a housing crisis. Roughly 1/2 of all renters are spending at least 30% of their income on rent. Just over 1/5 of homeowners are cost burdened as well. All told, 40 million plus people, households, are spending almost 50% of their income to live. Amidst this crisis, the President of the United States is teeing up a $105 billion fund to fund Israel's war against Palestine, to provide subsidies for military contractors, to prop up a failing proxy war. He is throwing money at our failed border policies and increasing the danger of nuclear war against China. All this is going on while Washington is pursuing a broader budget process that will actively cut the funds needed to make sure everyone has a roof over their head. This is a cut to a budget that is already on life support. In 2023, out of $1.8 trillion federal discretionary budget, $1.1 trillion, or 62%, was for militarized programs. Less than $2 out of every $5 in the federal discretionary spending was available to fund investment in people, communities, primary and secondary and public education, housing programs, child care programs, disaster relief, and environmental programs. This is a local issue. This is not you versus them, us versus them. This is not about terrorism. We have a problem. And if you don't speak out, as Ojai Environmental, as Ojai Small Business, Ojai locals who are getting pushed out of their housing, the people who are funding that war, who are some of the richest people in the world, will continue to get richer. And you will continue to lose your place that you love so much. And we will all suffer. This is not about us versus you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Tim Kraut, then Cyrus Mayer, and then Abudu.
Good evening, council and staff. I'm Tim Kraut, USA Pickleball Association Ambassador for the Ojai Valley, 63-year resident. I was glad to hear that you were holding a special meeting on January 30 to address the pickleball issue. Thank you for doing that. We would like to be heard. As I have heard council members in the past express their desire to rely on the science when making various decisions regarding city policy, I hope that this desire will carry over to your evaluation of the pickleball issue at the City Hall campus. Prior to making a final decision as to where the City Hall courts will remain open, I hope you will rely on the science instead of personal opinion. To rely on the science, the city needs to establish a reasonable dB level for the City Hall campus. This could be done through the hiring of a sound engineer to conduct dB testing during pickleball play under two different scenarios. Number one, 16 players on the court playing at once using our old equipment, the equipment that we used before. Do sound testing at different locations, across the street, down the street, around the area here. Take a break. The second scenario, we go 16 players using the new owl paddles and the quietest ball. Again, do the sound testing at those same locations. After that, then we utilize the results of these tests, develop a reasonable dB level for the entire City Hall campus. Once the dB level is established, then random testing could be conducted by city staff to ensure that any activity at the City Hall campus was not exceeding the established dB. Doesn't that sound reasonable? Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Next, we have Cyrus Mayer, then Abudu, and then Aviva Bernat.
Hello again. Greetings. Ohini washte. Toshi dilek. Salam alaikum. Shalom. Pas. In all forms of greeting that stand for love, dignity, respect. I'm here to call on the City Council to recommence their meeting that was adjourned on December 28th, 2023, and take a vote on the ceasefire resolution, as was agreed upon by the mayor and council member Lang. This meeting was cut short by an attendee opposing the resolution, who unlawfully interrupted the meeting without recourse, which resulted in the silencing of over 50 community members, many from which were of the Muslim community. The refusal to vote on this item and cut short the community's right to public comment, effectively silencing the Muslim community and supporters of the ceasefire, violates our rights and is a racist and Islamophobic silencing of local residents. I am not here, however, to call into question the moral character of you, City Council members and staff. Nor am I here to run a campaign attempting to smear our mayor's reputation, as was done by Council Member Rule's attorney in the latest op-ed at the Ojai Valley News. No, I am here on behalf and in solidarity with the people of Palestine and all oppressed people worldwide. Over 30,000 people, innocent families and children, have been killed since October the 7th in Gaza. Not a single functional hospital remains in Gaza. The nations of South Africa and others have brought Israel to international court to charge them on genocide. And our community leaders are choosing to be not only silent, but attempt to silence those who speak up against this unjust war. What does this have to do with Ojai, you ask? Well, since our coming in support for a ceasefire, our community of diverse individuals have been called terrorists, militants, mobsters, Frankensteins. We have received comments calling to neuter us. Many of these voices have actually been given a platform through the Ojai Valley News. Violence against us and this incites violence against us and dehumanizes our struggle to support peace. It is apparent racism is alive and prevalent in this small town. And the question
Thank you,
is, what are we
Cyrus.
going to do about it?
Thank you. Next, we have Abudu, and then Aviva Bernat, and then Eva Cristofalo Fernando.
Good evening, Council. I'm one of not too many black folks in this community, so I had to show up, say something, because Martin Luther King Day just passed, as we all know. So, in light of his spirit and peace be upon him and his youngest son, who just passed away, we must be careful that we do not misrepresent Dr. King's understanding of love and activism. Heavily quoted are his assertions that hate cannot drive out hate, and only love can do that. And I have decided to stick with love. Hate is too great a burden to bear. To love someone in King's estimation, according to those who misread him, is to remain silent about the unjust work of the powerful and pray for someone else to come to the rescue. Love, then, is absent of all accountability and truth-telling, two things Dr. King championed. In that same speech, titled "Where Do We Go From Here?", Dr. King explains why love is necessary. Now, we got to get this thing right. What is needed is a realization that power without love is reckless and abusive, and that love without power is sentimental and anemic. Power at its best is love implementing the demands of justice, and justice at its best is love correcting everything that stands against love. Dr. King is easy for America to love now that he's gone. Whitewashing Dr. King's radical legacy to make him more palpable to the masses and to work to alleviate America's conscience and to sell the lie that we are post-racial. Out of context, Dr. King's words are malleable, as is anything. But when you rightly situate them within the trajectory of his work, you are provided the whole picture. You see a man who consistently held America's feet to the fire because he knew it could always had the capacity to be better. I believe if Martin were alive today, he would absolutely be calling for people to flood the streets in protest, to engage at every level of government persistently to stop the horrors of another bloody siege funded by the US and by our tax dollars. This time in Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you, Abudu. Next, we have Aviva Bernat, and then Eva Cristofalo Fernando.
Hi, thank you for hearing us again. And I know that this is ongoing, and we all, since there is a voice about what's going on in the Middle East, it feels like we need to have a more complete voice. And I appreciate Dr. King being invoked, because I don't have to guess what Dr. King would say if he was alive now. We know what Dr. King said about Israel. Dr. King was a Zionist and talked about Israel being the first and the most successful liberation country, liberation manifestation for a people who had not had a sovereign land in many years, reclaiming their land. So if he was here, I think he would bring a voice of strength and a voice of peace. And what's important is that we have multiple voices heard, and I know our community will do that. So the voice that I'm bringing, and I've been bringing from the get-go, are the voices that aren't necessarily heard. In order to have peace, there must be security and there must be safety. And I know you've said that if people feel unsafe, it's a non-starter. So we know peace starts here, and peace starts at home. And in order to be a city of peace within ourselves, it must start within ourselves before we can be an international city of peace. The resolution that had been proposed has brought the opposite. Instead of bringing peace, it brought more anger, more hatred, more fear, more violence and discord in our city. As a woman and as a Jew, it brought so much lack of safety for me. Because when we are silenced and when our voice is denied, that is the most unsafe place. And one of the voices that I did not hear was the voice for the hostages. We hear a lot of voices for the Palestinians, and I share those. But we were not hearing a condemnation of Hamas, a condemnation or a demand to bring back hostages, and I stand out every Friday with a sign for the hostages. My heart is in Gaza too, with the hostages, as well as with the people in Gaza. Also, the voices of women were not named. And I am going to state a trigger warning because the sexual violence perpetrated against Israeli women was unprecedented and is still going on with the hostages. The mass rape, mutilation, like has never been seen before, not named. And as a woman, when other women's voices are denied and silenced, that makes me unsafe.
Thank you, Aviva.
So I oppose the resolution and I
Thank you. Next, we have Eva Cristofalo Fernando. And just a reminder, no side comments, please. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members. I'm Eva Cristofalo Fernandez. I came before you one time before, and the last time that I was here, speaking of violence threatened against women, there was a man in the audience who made shooting gestures to me while I attempted to hand him a heart made of yarn. And when I told him that that felt inappropriate, he said, "Well, you ain't seen nothing yet. You better buckle up, Buttercup." He later came and spoke before you, quite likely carrying weapons on his person at that time, and spoke about how very safe we all should feel and how welcome we would be to go to his ranch. I definitely have many more disturbing stories to share about my personal experience of violence towards women and girls being in my person. However, I would like to suggest to each of you, as my fellow humans who I see as being intelligent and heart-activated people on the day-to-day, to do a practice, one version of which I think probably every spiritual path has it. I'm sure that atheist paths have it as well. One version of it is called muhasabah. And what that is, it is accounting that one does to oneself. And we're the only ones that can do it. A story that I used to read to my children from the Jataka tales, as retold by Shahida Nurnisa Inayat Khan, who, aside from being Muslim, was also a member of the French resistance and gave her life, as did her brother, Pir Vilayat Inayat Khan, when he did not give his life, but he did put his life in risk in order to save the lives of others during that conflict. And that story was about being aware that there is nowhere that we go where we do not see our own actions. And so we can all create elaborate ways of avoiding what it is that we do in our own selves to protect our consciousness as well as from others so that we look good to others and ourselves. But there is a real worm of hypocrisy that is eating this town. And it has been spoken several times. It is the enormous import of the money that comes from weapons manufacturers that are running the budget of this town. I would like to ask that this city council consider coming up with some action to be taken where it is examined where the money is coming from and how that affects our ability.
Thank you, Eva. All right, we will move on. We will return to public comment after the first agenda item. So let's move on to the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve?
I would like to pull some items. I'll approve it, except I would like to pull G, H, I, J.
G, H, I, and J. Okay. All right. All in favor of approving everything other than G, H, I, and J? Yep. Yes?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes?
yes.
Councilmember Whitman?
Yes.
Yes, okay, all right. You want to start with G?
Okay. Oh, can we see if there's any public speakers? on
Yeah,
G?
I don't have any cards on it. Anybody online?
I need to find it, sorry. I got it.
There were no physical cards received for consent calendar. We can ask the Zoom participants right now. Zoom participants, if you would like to raise your hand for any consent calendar items, the time is now.
Item G is
No raised
simply-
hands.
I'm sorry. Item G is simply the trolley. I just want to thank Lindy Palmer, that's all. On behalf of the trolley riders that will no longer have to sit in the hot sun in the summer. This is a new trolley stop in front of the Bank of America. And if you've ever gone by on when the weather is 108 degrees, I know it's hard to remember that on a cool day like this, but there are people with children sitting out there, elders, a wide range of people, and it's just too hot. So we're really happy. Took a lot of negotiating for Lindy Palmer to our Public Works Director to achieve this. So very happy. Just wanted to thank her.
So just everyone in favor of approving that? All in favor?
Okay.
Yes, okay, good.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Do I have to take them in order? Can I take the quick ones first?
Why don't we do it in alphabetical order? You want to go with H?
Yeah, that was, I would like to just, there was one other, I just want to say, does it have to be all alphabetical order, Matt?
It's up to the council. If it's possible to
Just
take the
a
quick
thank
ones, it
you.
might be
I
wise to
is
take the
just a
quick
thank
ones.
you.
Okay, well, all right, go ahead.
I, as a thank you, we're going to accept the bicycle repair stations from the Ojai Civic Association and the Rotary Club of Ojai. I heard about this about a year ago, so I'm glad it's coming to fruition. These are stations around town where people can repair a flat tire or a loose chain on their bike. So I just want to thank the Civic Association and the Rotary Club for their moving it forward so that it's really happening a year after someone dreamed it up.
Okay, all in favor of approving I?
Aye. Okay.
All right, you want to talk about H?
Yes, okay. So H is, the city council has been asked to ratify the 2023-24 Art Grant Awards. And I was the liaison during the third quarter, and Councilmember Rachel Lang was the liaison during the fourth quarter when this was discussed. And there were no meetings during my quarter, so I just hung out for the fourth quarter so that I could watch the meetings where the grant process was discussed. And I attended the same meeting that Rachel attended, where the applicants came and they either spoke at the podium or they did a slideshow or some kind of presentation, and it was absolutely wonderful. And we are a city internationally known for the arts, so we're very, very grateful for the Arts Commission for the good work that they do. But we are, in the interest, I want to understand what I'm approving before I approve it. And I have some questions. So Matt, did you get my late email? So my question is this, and feel free, I think they can come to the podium and correct me if I've misunderstood. My understanding is that you received approximately 20 applications, correct?
If I can respond to the
Yes,
application
thank you,
question.
yeah.
So, the arts grants were advertised as they were every year.
Yeah.
There were some staffing transitions, so we were a little late on getting out the press release of the Arts Commission. So as we were approaching the advertised deadline, we didn't have a good number of applications, so the commission was in support of extending the deadline, which is why it was extended.
Yeah, and I was in support.
So we did extend the deadline. It was well advertised. We received a total of 19 applications, 2 of which were not timely submissions, and the council did not consider the late submissions. So there were 17 that were considered, and 10 were awarded funding. And to the question that I've seen on partial funding, if you look back throughout the last 5 years of these awards, it pretty much tracks that the commission's awarded about 40% of the ask. So that's not irregular. I've seen that come up.
Yeah, that's.
And then the presentations, as you saw, were made at the November meeting. It was quite the showing. It was impressive what these groups, how many creative people there are. Yeah. And then the selections were made at the December meeting that just occurred of the commission.
I have an underlying question, but I also want to point out, if one of those applicants that were late was the Beatrice Wood Art Center for the Arts, there was a glitch in the system causing people to be late. And that's something that I want to verify if that was true. Was the one, I don't know who was late, but if it was the Beatrice Wood Center for the Arts, that's why. Because I have a signature, I have an original application where they applied they were one of the early applicants in August.
It was unfortunate that there was a glitch, but yes, and they can apply again next year, of course. I'm a big fan and supporter of the Beatrice Wood Center. It's unfortunate that happened, but there it is.
But my question is, was that one of the ones that did not get funded?
I said yes, it was.
Yeah, just want to
Yes.
make sure I
Yeah,
heard you
it
right.
was one.
Okay, so my underlying question is this. In the past, to the best of my understanding, it was the commissioners who looked at the applicants. Say that if there were 20 applicants, then each commissioner, there's 5 commissioners, or at one time there may have been 7, and we might go back to that, but they would divide up the applicants so that each commissioner was an expert on the applicant, and then there would be a public meeting where the whole process was done in public, and the people that applied would understand why they received it or why they were rejected. And if I'm making a mistake, you'll have an opportunity to correct me, and as will of course the city attorney. But my understanding is that this time, there was, instead of that process, there was an ad hoc committee consisting of Nigel Chisholm and 3 members of the public, and they reviewed the applications on their own behind closed doors, and then it was brought back. I watched the meeting on Zoom. It was back to the commission, and with really very little discussion, it was unanimously approved. And my concern is that this is public money, almost $30,000, and I think the public has a right to know more. As a council member, before I can ratify this, would like to better understand why 9 people received 0 funding, why other people received a considerable amount, even larger than what they received last year. And so, I would like much more information before I'm prepared to ratify the recommendation. So,
Let me respond on the legal question there.
Okay.
Step 1. The process that was used this year is not unlawful. It is legal for the Arts Commission to create an ad hoc committee and have that ad hoc committee, composed as it was, review the grant applications, and then bring them to the full commission. The full commission, of course, made their vote in public on an agenda with public comment available. I gather there wasn't much discussion, but it was still on an agenda in public. That renders it lawful. So too tonight's item on the agenda in public, as we're doing now with public comment present. So the process we're in the middle of doing is legal. That's not the only question, of course, though. The council could decide that it would wish to direct the Arts Commission to revert to the prior process and direct the Arts Commission to revert to last year's the previous process and hold a new set of public discussions. That'd be fine. Or the council could ask the Arts Commission to provide more information regarding the grant applicants who were not approved or who were approved at a lesser than full level, so the council could make the full decision itself.
Yeah, I will say at the December meeting, the subcommittee did report back and addressed each applicant funded or not funded and the reasoning behind it. So there was a discussion amongst the 4 commissioners at the December meeting before the final vote was taken.
And that was also in public on an agenda with public comment.
Okay, I'll go back and look at that. But my question is also, what does the Arts Commission handbook actually say? This may not be legal, but I think there's a different process in the handbook. I could be wrong.
I'm not familiar with the specific Arts Commission handbook that details the grants process. There's the grants guidelines that detail guidelines for what are eligible and not eligible for granting, but don't speak to the process. But if there's another document I haven't reviewed, I'd like to review it.
Okay, and I understand, I heard you say how, Commissioner Christine Steiner, how you thought it was good to bring in the public into this process. I'm of the opinion that has its place, but in this case, with money involved, that I would think that the commissioners would do the work. That's how I see it. Yeah, I mean, you have no obligation at this point. That's just, right now, that's a suggestion, unless the handbook specifically spells that out, and I don't
Or
know.
if the council wishes to direct that happen.
Yeah,
In the end, it's up to the council. So if the council wants to direct a process, the council can direct a process.
Okay.
I do have one question. I'm your liaison this quarter,
Welcome.
Thank you. There was one commissioner and 3 citizens.
Yes, 3.
That's correct.
Okay, so there was
Yeah.
one commissioner
We can
and.
state their names. I mean, it's
No,
all
I'm
I
public.
said them earlier.
Yeah. No, I'm just curious. I just am trying to get a sense of what the process was. So that there was one commissioner that did the initial vetting with 3 members of the public.
We formed, I'll
I
give
mean,
a high level, and Christine can provide details. As part of our new 5-year plan and our strategic plan, which was budgeted for and approved by here, our goal is to make this, to get more money for the arts, to make the process more streamlined, to involve community members. In this case, they're reputable community members who have either been on the commission in the past or.
Yeah, I have no doubt.
That's a publisher in town, that sort of thing. A particular detail is that the commissioner that was sort of assigned this as part of her duties resigned during this process as well. So it all kind of fell into place to allow this to occur, for us to evaluate in a clean manner that wasn't a public. In the past, what we had done is just sort of cut everybody down and gave them a little bit, but we really tried to do it with a focus on our strategic plan. That, in the future, we want to address all the avenues of arts. We want to hit where there's impact. We wanted to have inclusivity and diversity. And the committee we chose, it's 2 ad hoc committees we've used this year. One was for the mural ordinance, to approve the mural at Camp Ojai, and the other one now was for the arts grants. And they both were smoothly, excited people about it. I think we've done a good job. We wish we had more money and we could have funded more of them at a higher level. But I think all these people did a beautiful job. I'm very proud of them. It fits our plan. And apologize if it didn't seem transparent to some in the community. And there were people who were disappointed they didn't get grants. But, it's like a college. We want a good class. We don't want 100 lawyers.
Yeah,
We want,
yeah.
We want a
want
nice
200
balanced
lawyers.
class.
200.
If
So
you have any
yeah.
details, Christine was
Yeah,
overseeing.
So my only other
There's just-
question is, just really briefly. So an ad hoc committee can be one commissioner and the public. That would count as an ad hoc committee of a commission with just one commissioner. That would be my only question.
Not common, but not unlawful.
Okay.
Most of the ad hoc committees the city has used in the past with the commission were 2 of 5 or 3 of 7
Right.
as applicable, and then sometimes adding other members of the community in various hats.
Right.
We only had 4, so 2
Yeah,
automatically
no,
is
yeah.
coming close to Brown Act.
Yeah, no. Well, it's still not a Brown Act violation, but yeah, okay, thank you.
If
But
I
in-
may
okay.
add,
Yeah.
pardon me.
Oh, but in the past, wasn't the process more open from the very beginning? Before the council, before the
I
commission
believe
voted?
I can address that.
Yeah.
This process, we genuinely believe, is more thorough and more deliberative than any process before. In this case, each of the commissioners read all of the applications. Under the old process, they were divvied up, and only a few commissioners read only a few of the applications. We read all of those. It then went and considered those. It then went to the ad hoc committee. The ad hoc committee did its good job, as Smitty described, and then it came back again, and we considered again, as Carl described, and so it had that layer after layer after layer of review, in contrast to what we determined to be a more abbreviated process under the old system.
And one thing, if I might add, looking back historically, on par, there's been about 10 to 12 applications received. So this year, there are almost double the number. And the total ask, if you just look at the bottom line of when you tally up, was $160,000. So there was far more interest this year in the program than there ever has been in the past. So I suppose that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Which is why we want more money.
Yeah, well, we have to deal with what we have in front of us. And my understanding is that the council, if they wish, they can study this more thoroughly. They can make recommendations, they can edit. And I am of the philosophy that this grant money is for some budding artists, like startup money. There's many ways you can look at it. I'm not in favor of giving some people $6,000 and others none. For some people, even $500 would make a difference. So, we've got 5 members of the council, maybe they feel differently, but I cannot ratify the figures that I saw. I might do it at the next meeting after I can look more closely and meet with you. And I know that it's not unusual for a council member to question. It may not happen all the time, but it's not unusual with past councils where we pull the grant funding and the council members have questions. That's just how ratification works.
Well, we're your commission, and you've chosen us to
Yeah.
to do this process, because it is time-consuming, and we have
I
been working
understand
on
and I
this
appreciate
for a
it.
year. You sound like you'd be, Susan, a great member of the ad hoc committee, and when we do the selection, I feel for the arts people that are gonna have to go longer, without the funding. And I'd also, maybe if you're the only one that feels this way, it almost feels like the opposite of what you're saying, is that it seems like one person is trying to change it to fit the old way or something. So I respectfully would say that if you don't like the way we do it, then have something to say to us. But respect the volunteers that served on the ad hoc committee and your commissioners that have done this, and the artists that apply to get calls every day. Did I get approved or something
That was
like
my
that?
original intention when I did try to communicate yesterday, and I felt that.
Yesterday?
Yes, but wait a second. We are in a very difficult position. In all fairness, we have been having meetings with the city manager candidate Friday. I met with the neighbors about homelessness Friday night. I did not get the agenda till 10 o'clock Friday night. That gives me very little time to go, we have a huge agenda, okay? Yesterday, I looked at this, and so I do not appreciate usually I would ask you and speak with you privately, but that conversation was shut down by your response yesterday.
Well, in the need of efficiency, let's have
Yeah,
the other
okay.
council members weigh in. Councilmember Whitman?
Yeah,
If
go
I
ahead.
may, though, to answer Susan's question, we made the conscious decision this year that the old system of taking a pot of money and spreading it out to everyone who applied was not the best way to proceed. The decisions that were made on the basis of the criteria that Smitty explained, which resulted in some applicants receiving 6,000, yes, like the Film Society, which does an absolutely amazing, amazing summer program that has brought this community together, as well as zero funding in other cases for a variety of reasons. So that was a conscious decision not to give a little bit of everything to everyone. And so I understand that that's your philosophy, and I'm simply explaining what was the Arts
Yes.
Commission's philosophy.
I appreciate that, thank you.
Councilmember Whitman?
Yeah, we did have a lot of discussions earlier this year about the relationship between city council and the commissioners, and my takeaway from that was that we were giving more deference to the commissioners, or at least, acknowledging and solidifying that. But I'm also going to say that I go through the list of your grantees, and multiple family members are within the grants, so I'm going to abstain on any vote related to this.
Okay, Councilmember Rule or Lang?
Go ahead, no, please. I'm still taking
Okay.
May I ask a question while you're thinking?
Go ahead. Yes, please go ahead.
If the council decides to delay 2 weeks, that it could be brought back within 2 weeks, that would not really affect the funding that much. I realize you might
I
be
would feel
frustrated.
like I would need to put back together that RHAC committee and have them consider or address any
Not necessarily, not
what is this?
necessarily.
Okay.
I'm just asking.
You guys
if
can just change
I
it
mean,
right now.
let's,
if you like.
They might not vote that way. I'm simply
Mayor Pro
asking
Tem?
a question.
Yeah, we need to keep moving.
Yeah.
So, Councilmember Lang?
Yes. So I think I'm going to respectfully disagree. We've been working together, Mayor Pro Tem Francina and I, on the Arts Commission and on quite successfully, I think. I really love working with you.
Yeah.
And so I don't want to
No
disagree.
There's absolutely no problem at all. That's why we have 5 commissioners.
And at the same time, I mean, I've been on a number of granting. I've been a granting member of different foundations and organizations. I worked really closely with the Arts Commission at this time. I know how hard it is to, and even just the women's club. Every year when we get together and we decide who we're going to give our $10,000 to, it's so hard. Because you don't want to say no to anybody, and so to put this on pause, I think could lead some of the people who did not get accepted for grants, it could give them a sense of like there's an open door for, can we bother the commissioners, or can we bother the council members? I think what we could do, what I would be in favor of, is saying, let's go ahead and give these grants and then have a longer conversation about what worked, what didn't work, maybe doing some surveys among the grant applicants and seeing what worked and what didn't work and what could we change for next year. But they've done so much work on this, and I mean, each of these organizations is just doing so much good in the community. So I'm inclined to say yes. Let's pass it.
Councilmember Rule?
Mayor Pro Tem Francina, what exactly is the issue for you?
Well, I would like to.
What is the issue?
I was not satisfied with the response about late submissions, knowing that the original submission was on time. That would be Beatrice Wood Center for the Arts and the Ojai Day Mandala. And I just haven't had a chance to look closely at the list. To me, the very basis of ratifying this is a complete list. And it's, I'm sorry that I have been very busy with other pressing time-sensitive issues, but I was not able to really look at the list of approvals and the list that didn't get approved. And I don't want to take up any more time. If council feels different than I do, I totally respect that.
Councilmember Rule, thoughts?
Council majority, I mean.
I am concerned that the two applications that were turned in on time that got lost, I'm not sure how that happened, got lost in the shuffle, because I know that the Mandela is a highly, I don't know how that happened. That having been said, I also understand, how not to move the process is a little tricky. I will also say that a lot of time to do a survey and to get the results and to do a findings and to do a recommendation, that is a lot of work, and before no, and I'm not saying anything other than, and as the Art Commission liaison, I could try to help spearhead that. I don't believe that, people who didn't get funded will all of a sudden have hope in their lives, So I am inclined to make enemies of the Art Commission and vote with just for a 2-week pause to really review how this was done. Had not two applicants who are revered in this community who made the deadline but weren't able to be considered through no fault of their own, that's a little concerning, right, to me.
This was city staff at this end.
Okay.
We just were given the ones that qualified and were asked to judge based on the applicants that were received legally.
Yeah, and I don't know, I don't know where that kerfuffle or the miscommunication happened, but I think that it is worth revisiting. And so for that reason, I would support a very short revising of the applicants. I feel like those who submitted should be revisited and with your committee to decide. I mean, you didn't get them, so you weren't able to put them into the process.
So are you suggesting that we go back and redo the entirety? Because we'd have
No.
to do that in order to consider the other applicants, unless you would like to allocate more money, and then we will consider the applicants. But we couldn't do it in any other way, because it would, A, not be fair to the applicants, would not be fair to the commission, it would not be fair to the ad hoc committee, and frankly, it would not be fair to you and the city.
If I could clarify the point, the two applicants that were late, and they were late, it wasn't an error. They were late. One was late by 2 weeks.
They were late.
They were included in the commission packet. So the commission received those two late ones. It was noted that they were late, and it was up to the commission to decide to consider those or not consider them.
Okay, so they were late beyond the extension
Yes.
of the
Yes.
of the grant. So they weren't
The
okay.
packets were date stamped. There's no
Okay.
clerical errors or anything else.
Okay.
Okay, are you finished?
Yeah, I think I am finished.
Well, I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem's desire to fund everyone, and also that everyone is included. I do agree with Councilmember Lang, and I support our Arts Commission. You all worked so hard. You did so much work on this. And also that you have re-looked at the philosophy of giving money and how it would be the most effective, and giving a larger amount to these groups so that they can do more wonderful things. Makes sense. And I trust the Arts Commission. I trust your leadership. And I think we should go ahead. So how do we, Mr. City Attorney, we have split,
Two.
right?
So the city cannot spend money without an affirmative vote of at least 3 members of the council. So if the matter splits 2-2, I would suggest we continue it for further analysis. But a 2-2 vote is no action taken, because you need 3 votes to spend money.
Okay, so we can't, so just pause. That's what
Well,
you're saying.
no, we haven't yet taken that vote.
We haven't.
People-
Okay.
You were the last to speak, Mayor, so with that information, that might change somebody's vote.
Okay.
You could
Okay.
take a vote, or there's more questions I hear,
Okay.
so maybe
Mayor
we take the
Pro Tem.
questions.
I want to make my question as clear as possible. I do not want you to have to start over. Definitely not, okay? What I want to know is this: if we, are we as a council, after we look at this closely, allowed to do just a very minimal amount of editing? For example, instead of giving one person 6,000, maybe we wanted, there's two people that we think, can we do some tweaks?
Yes, the city council has
Without-
complete discretion to approve some, all, or none of the applications, to approve less than the total amount proposed by the Arts Commission, or to approve more than the total amount proposed by the Arts Commission, with adjusting the budget as needed to make that work. But the council can edit at will. So one option will be to have this return without further work by the Arts Commission, have this returned to the council with the complete set of information. In the packet now is the Arts Commission's proposal for what to be approved. What is not included in the packet is what else was proposed. That could be all put together, and the council could look at it in full as an option.
So
Thank you.
Let me add,
I don't want that.
Matt, how long would it take you to give me advice about whether the two of the grants that will benefit, family members of mine is a conflict or not? I didn't understand that until today, so I didn't get a chance to
Yeah.
ask you, but if
We can resolve that question between now and 2 weeks from now.
But can we,
resolve it right
can
now.
you and I?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Can you take
I'm
it,
saying, would it take you 3 minutes to advise me, or would it take you 15 minutes?
depending on the facts, I can do it I can give you,
Yeah, I'm going to say
do that
that that's
quickly,
This is-
but-
that's
Just
funky.
a reminder, council, no
Yeah.
crosstalk. If council members could please remember to bring it through the chair. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
that sounds funky to me.
generally, I dislike giving conflicts advice instantly, other than the recusal. The instant advice is always recuse, and when in doubt, recuse. We could discuss the situation further, but that may be unwise. It may be wise to just continue for 2 weeks. Then we can have the discussion with full facts.
Okay.
Councilmember Lang? did you-
Microphone, please.
Yeah, Commissioner Steiner?
If I understood council member Rule's concern, it was that certain applications were not late, but in fact they were late. So I don't know whether that was the only basis for your concern, or there is another basis that perhaps we could address.
I can answer that, yeah.
No, please do. That was my major concern. But as the liaison, I also feel that if we were to take 2 weeks, I would get a much better sense of how all of this works. And it might be that, the council just decides to allocate or not, additional funds, so that I am certainly with Mayor Pro Tem Francina that we do not want to redo or undo what you have done. Certainly not. But I'm trying to understand sort of what the issues are, and I do understand that you changed the process based on your absolute belief that it was a better process, and it well may be. I mean, it probably is. I don't know. So, iterating process is really important. That's how you get better. But I do have the concerns with that Pro Tem Francina has as well.
Okay, so what would you like? Mayor Pro Tem?
I have an application from the Beatrice Wood Center for the Arts dated August 18 or 28. I have it somewhere. And that was way ahead of the deadline.
So that may illustrate a key point. I'm not sure we're all operating on the exact same set of facts. And I would recommend very strongly that the council make decisions based on information being in the packet. So I think that augurs in favor, perhaps, I have no vote, but consider a continuance in order to ensure that all of the members of the council and the public all have the same information, including all the documents in your hand.
Okay, thank you.
All in favor of that?
Yes,
Aye.
yes,
Yes.
yes.
Yes?
Abstain.
Okay, all right. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you,
It'll
Chair
turn out-
Smitty.
It'll turn
Yeah,
out fine.
appreciate it.
2 weeks.
Just in closing, we tie this process to our strategic plan, all right? And if you are going to drill down individually and say, oh, that's a good person, they need money. I mean,
No, no,
we're
no.
fitting this plan for the city and trying to make a good impact
Yeah.
on the city as best we can with the money we've been allocated.
Yeah.
So consider speaking again to commission members who are part of this process.
Yes.
As you do your
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are
Thank
grateful
you.
for you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for being
Time.
here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, and then Mayor Pro Tem, you pulled J.
Let me see what that was. Oh, J is totally different part of my brain. Yeah, okay. I would like to see that come back as an agenda item, in part because when our former, and that's something that I think our new city manager really needs to take a close look at, because this is super important, and rents continue to increase, and as I understand the short staff report, no landlords have registered with the city. And also, when this was, this was approved when James was the city manager, and he said that we needed a staff position to administer the ordinance for $150,000, and that has not happened.
Not yet.
Yeah, so I think it should just come back as an agenda item. It's not an urgent, is it urgent?
Well,
Sorry.
and the plan, as far as I know, is to bring it back as an agenda item. This is just receive and file.
This is
Okay.
just an update on the program.
Just an update,
Right.
and then it'll come back. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
So I should just approve it, right?
And we'll,
Also receive and file.
Yes.
just a quick question. We will need to re-agendize this if we want it to come back as an agenda item. That is correct?
Yeah, so the vote
So
could
let's make a
be-
note for that.
Correct. The vote could be to approve receiving and filing the report and direct staff to return with an implementation report at a future meeting.
Okay, that's the vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, wonderful. All right, we will move on to discussion. Let's go to number 2, proposed employment agreement for city manager. And if I can just make a request from council members, please remember to bring it back through the chair if you would like to speak. Please be succinct. General rule of thumb, cumulatively 3 to 5 minutes on each item. So if you can just keep track of that. I guess that's it. So
Yes, thank you.
exciting news. Huh?
Indeed, with this council and myself and Mr. Alameda, we're all very excited to report that we have reached a proposed agreement with a new proposed city manager, Mr. Ben Harvey, who is in the audience. I'll ask him to raise his hand. I believe he's met some members of our community so far, and he looks forward to meeting all of our members of the community. Mr. Harvey is formerly city manager for the cities of Pacific Grove and Avalon, and also service to the cities of West Sacramento, Bellflower, and Newport Beach in other managerial capacities. And previously before that was with Southern California Edison, and then in software development. He has a BA in political science and French from the University of California, Davis, and a master's in public administration from California State University, Long Beach. Married with 2 grown children and a German Shepherd, which is appropriate for Ojai. On the hard legal side, the proposed employment agreement and resolution would appoint Mr. Harvey as city manager and as executive of related city entities. The proposed employment agreement calls for a salary of $250,000 per year, a cell phone paid by the city at cost, an auto allowance of $500 per month, a temporary housing allowance for the first 6 months, up to 6 months, of $5,000 per month, and a down payment assistance loan. This is a loan of up to $420,000 lent at the LAIF rate. LAIF is the Local Agency Investment Fund, a pooled set of funds in which the city invests a portion of its revenues. That rate plus 0.25%. So we would be earning on this loan more than we earn in those investments, so the city's not out. Repayable upon the earlier of sale of the residence or separation from city employment, plus 6 months with up to another year if the price at the time of separation is less per an appraisal than the original sale price. PERS, retirement, and other benefits consistent with the other city management staff. The agreement is also terminable at will by the city council with provisions for severance, and terminable for cause. For cause is defined in the agreement, without payment of severance. And with that, staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci, Matt. It's hard to find French majors. C'est super. Any questions from council?
Or positive comments. And then there may be public comment
Okay,
before
any
we vote.
public comments? Nothing here. Anything online, Weston?
That's right. I didn't notice any physical cards. Zoom attendees, we are now on item 2, the proposed employment agreement for city manager. There are currently no raised hands. Please raise your hand now if you wish to speak on item 2. And Mayor, we do have one. Leticia Livian, you have the floor now.
Thank you, and thank you, City Council. My name is Leticia Livian. I work for the City of Pacific Grove. I work with Mr. Harvey, and I just want to say he's a great leader, a good mentor, and a good coach, and that Ojai is lucky to have him. Thank you.
Thank you, Leticia. All right.
We have one more, Mayor. Excuse me. C. Madelone. C as in the letter. You have the ability to unmute now?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Kathy Madelone. I am currently the police chief in Pacific Grove. And I just wanted to congratulate Mr. Harvey early and congratulate you for the council for selecting him as your city manager. He is a kind, caring, and empathetic leader. He has an unwavering commitment to the community that he serves. He has a passion for public service, a strong work ethic, and one of his biggest strengths is his ability to select and develop leadership teams. He has made a lasting impact on our city. I wish him the very best in his new position, and he is certainly missed by staff and PJ. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
No more raised hands, Mayor.
All right, we will move on to discussion. Who would like to
I think
begin?
you should make a motion.
Well,
Can I,
Yep.
can I just say something?
Of course.
I'm really excited about working with Ben, and I feel like it's part of just, we entered into a new year. It's a new day for this council, for the city. I just had a lot of hope talking to him and hearing some of his ideas and the experience that he brings. I think it's going to be really valuable for us, and I think he's just the kind of person who wants to get to know the community members, and so I think we're very fortunate to have him.
Yeah. Anyone else like to? Councilmember Whitman.
Yeah, agree with Rachel, 100%. Just want the public to know that we spent hours in joint interview, the 5 of us interviewing Mr. Harvey. We each spent time one-on-one with him. He was very open about any issues related to his history and you know, provided answers and explanations. And personally, I was extremely impressed by Mr. Harvey at his skill set and the way he communicates himself. And I think that, you know, our city is going to, you know, do well for his ability to communicate with the community. I also want to say that I went into our interview process with the idea that if I wasn't satisfied that we were getting somebody great, that I was going to ask us to, you know, keep the process open. Mr. Harvey very thoroughly convinced me that we should grab his services as quickly as he was offering that they were available to us. So I think the city is going to be very happy with this appointment.
Yes.
Well, I agree with everything that's been said so far. There was never really a doubt in my mind. We did do deep due diligence. As Councilmember Whitman explained, we met as a group. We met individually. We received all kinds of background information. So there was never a question in my mind about the due diligence that we did, and there was never a question in my mind really how great he would be for our community. And I kind of knew, because we heard over and over that it might be really tough to get a city manager, given, whatever. I actually never believed that, because I knew that Ojai, the place, would call out to really good people. And it did. It called out to Ben Harvey. And I always thought that would be what saved us, was the place itself. And he has history with Ojai, he has history in the area, and he wants to become an integral part of our community. Ojai called out to him. And so for that reason, I just want the folks to know that Ojai called out for him, and he came. So for those reasons, other than he also is a consummate professional, tons of experience, knows exactly what he's doing, great communicator. He also, this place means something to him, and that's really important to me.
We have to make a motion and vote first. But Mayor Pro Tem?
I love what my three colleagues just said. I totally agree with them. He already was in love with Ojai before he ever came here. He has a daughter at UCSB. His kids are grown up, so he'll have more time to spend on us. So, and within about 3 or 4 minutes of meeting him face to face, I felt that we'd already had vetted him at several Zoom meetings, but we invited him to meet in person at the Soul Park, not Soul Park, they call it Zadie's now. And that was like the perfect place. And then within about 5 minutes, he was telling me how he wants to walk and bike to work, how much he loves small towns. And, he is we feel he's the perfect fit for Ojai, and he's up to the great challenges that we have for him. He's up for it.
Thank you. And I just want to echo what my colleagues said. We are just tickled pink to have you here, Ben. So thank you so much. We are super grateful and blessed to have you. And I'm so excited to work with you. And hi, Betsy. It's always nice to meet another Betsy. Welcome to the community. We lucked out. And also, it's been great to work with my colleagues, because we have been in such complete agreement on this. And that's a very good sign.
And thanks to the city attorney too for really spearheading a lot of the negotiations and really stepping up on a Saturday. All these special meetings that we've had. You've really made yourself available for this process and made it really a good process.
Thank you. Happy to help out. And I also would like to extend a thanks to our recruiter, Heather Rentschler, CEO of Ralph Anderson and Associates, who did an excellent job identifying quality candidates, despite some initial misgivings about, can I find someone to fill this role, given everything? She found some very quality candidates, and we ended up with a good selection, as we've heard from the council. I'd also like to extend a thanks on behalf of the council and the city to Mr. Alameda for stepping in a, call it, unusual situation with what occurred with Mr. Scott's departure, who we also thank for his service, and stepping in and keeping the ship going in a challenging environment, and keeping a strong hand with our staff and making sure that everyone felt they had the tools, the resources from the council and support to move forward.
And I'd like to can we give Carl a round of applause, because Carl jumped right into the hot seat in the middle of the night, really. So thank you for doing that. Councilmember Whitman, did you?
Yeah, I was going to say what, in terms of Heather and her recruiting firm, I was very impressed. We did have 2 other candidates that we interviewed that I thought were also excellent and up to the job, but I also would like to make a motion that we approve the contract and start our relationship with Mr. Harvey.
Okay. A second?
Second.
How about we all second?
Yeah,
let's all second.
Yes, a second.
Second.
I don't think we
I need one for the record.
Yeah. I think it was Mayor Pro Tem said.
That's what I heard.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Roll call, please, Weston?
Yes, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes?
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Motion
All right,
passes.
Motion passes. We have a new city manager. Thank you all. Welcome, Ben. Welcome, family. And we are grateful and excited to get to know you. So thank you.
And Mr. Harvey will start as our now new city manager on Monday, January 29th.
Excellent. Okay. All right. We will move on to item number 3.
Yeah, actually, that would probably be good.
He's leaving. He's leaving.
Wait, Ben. Ben.
Somebody grab him.
Maybe the first, we could take a picture the first meeting. We could do it the first
You
meeting.
want to do a picture now? He's here.
Let's do it the first meeting.
I think we're going to.
Let's do it the first meeting.
Wait. Yeah.
And
We'll see you then.
Madam Mayor, you might offer him the mic if he wants to say anything.
Okay. Ben, do you want to see what it's like here in Ojai? Do you want to say anything? Okay.
Let the
Sorry to put you on the spot,
the people watching want to see you.
Thank you. I mostly just want to express my thanks to the City Council. It's been a terrific process. I look forward to working very hard to earn your respect and that of the staff and that of the community. It will be a process. It'll be a lot of listening and learning. I'm not going to know everything overnight, so I'm going to rely upon all of you and the community to help me get there. So thank you. I really look forward to getting to work. I want to thank my daughter Betsy for coming out from UCSB tonight. My wife Mel could not be here. You're thankful my dog Rocky was not here. My son is on the East Coast. So anyway, I'll be here in town tomorrow, and then like the city attorney said, I'll be starting work on the 29th. So thank you very much. It's been just a terrific process, and I'm very excited. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. All right, we will move on to the remainder of public communications. Does council, do you need a break or just keep going? Okay, all right. First, we have Nuria Rosa Cristofalo Fernandez, then we have Alan Shorb, and then we have Reverend Marilyn Miller. Is Nuria here?
Okay. Hello, good evening, council. I'm here to represent the young voters of Ojai and to urge you guys to please reconvene the meeting that you guys unlawfully adjourned last time in regards to the ceasefire resolution that we were promised would be voted on. I would really urge you guys to stand on the right side of history and remember that my generation, we're smart kids, and we we see your guys' actions and we remember, and that will affect your careers because that's who's going to be voting for you, and I would just appreciate your consideration in this matter. Although there are very important things happening for the city, I just feel like we shouldn't be able to continue on with our lives just la 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 as people are suffering to extents that we could never imagine with the comfort that we have here. And just remember that we are extremely lucky, and we should use our privilege to help those who don't have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuria. Next, we have Alan Shorb, then Reverend Marilyn Miller, and then Elena Pascarella.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak before the City Council. I'm not a resident of the city. I live in Upper Ojai, but I feel like Ojai is my community, and what happens, what this council decides certainly impacts me. I would like to ask the council to reconsider the proposal for ceasefire in Gaza. The 30,000 deaths that have occurred in a little over 3 months should be sufficient. but there are many other reasons. Ojai is an international city of peace. This ceasefire in Gaza is really the only way to have peace in Gaza. Ojai is also a nuclear-free city. I remember maybe 4 or 5 years, my wife and I were here when Tim Wallace of the Nuclear Ban Organization presented the city of Ojai with an award because they were a nuclear-free city. Ojai would not be the only city to become, to pass a resolution for a ceasefire in Gaza. As of, according to the January 10th issue of Newsweek, at that point, 15 cities, variety of cities from San Francisco to Bridgeport, Connecticut to Cudahy, California, had passed a resolution for a ceasefire in Gaza. People earlier here have talked about the cost of the defense budget and how that impacts us right here in Ojai. If we don't have a ceasefire, the conflict in Gaza threatens to spin out of control and become a major conflict there. And we have spent over $10 trillion, including the taxes that the interest we have to pay.
Thank you. Thank you, Alan. Next, we have Marilyn Miller, then Elena Pasquarella, and then Ethan S.
I'm Reverend Marilyn Miller. I'm the co-chair of the Ojai Interfaith Council. I wanted to thank Mayor Sticks for stating that we would stay focused on issues in our own community. Our thoughts and our prayers can be for everyone in the whole world, and we can still be focused on taking responsibility right here in Ojai. The resolution that was formally proposed caused a lot of pain, hurt, and fear among members of our own community. Currently, we are proposing to continue peaceful conversations among all people in a less formal setting, and I think that much good can come from that. So I am here to really ask the council to support those efforts and to refrain from taking on legislative recommendations that can cause more division here in our own community. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Next, we have Elena Pasquarella, then Ethan S., and then Vevelin Esparza.
Good evening, City Council members. Thank you for having us all here and taking time to listen to us. I just want to recognize that we are unceded Chumash land, and I want to honor the ancestors that are here with us. I'd also like to take about 30 seconds, a moment of silence, to honor the thousands of women, children who have been killed in the Gaza war and Israel, and for the 130 hostages that are still in Gaza, and the 5,000 Palestinian hostages who remain in administrative detention since October 7th. Thank you. When I first came to you in November, 8,000 men, women, and children had died in the war in Gaza. And here we are in January, and the number's at 25,000, or some say it could be over 30,000, with those who have still not been counted in the rubble. And my question is, how many more people have to die before we decide that a ceasefire resolution is something that we can pass in our community and agree upon? That we can all agree upon that humanity and children and women dying is not something that we want, and that we could come together. And I like this idea of coming together, all the community, and come up with a ceasefire that we can agree upon, and maybe there could be some facilitation with that. And why is this a local issue? Well, last night I was in Arroyo Grande at a town hall meeting with Salud Carbajal. I know you all know him. He's our District 24 representative, and I'll be running against him in the next election. And their main issues were housing, drugs, homeless people. And I felt that some of those issues are things that we're dealing with here. And if we weren't spending $886 billion a year on military, we could be using some of those funds here in our community. Those funds that we're using for the housing for the homeless here in our community are going to be from federal grants. Imagine maybe we could even have a pickleball court that's like indoors with heating and air conditioning, and have national pickleball, challenges here, and we could attract all these tourists because money would be flowing from not spending it on war.
Thank you, Elena. Next we have Ethan S., then Bevelyn Esparza, and then Jerry Odell.
Good evening. I'm here to request we continue the meeting regarding a ceasefire resolution after the abrupt end resulting in many voices being silenced, including my own. Try as we might, we cannot ignore this genocide. When you don't stand for justice during a genocide, you are showing us voters that you will not stand for us when we need it. I want to address some misinformation you may have heard tonight. It's important to remember that Dr. King's support of Israel was regarding Israel in the 50s and 60s and not in 2024. And MLK's son himself, may he rest in peace, said that Dr. King would be for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan. Next we have Bevelyn Esparza, then Jerry Odell, and then Leslie Clark.
Hello. Thank you all for your presence this evening. I wish to speak on a contradiction in the proclamation made by the City of Ojai, recited by Mayor Sticks on MLK Day this past January 15th, as it relates to the current housing crisis and safety for community members. Quote, "Whereas we recognize the need to hold character and humanity in the highest regard, irrespective of our individual differences, thereby exemplifying and embodying the dream of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., that one day it shall be recognized that all men are created equal, and that every man and woman should be inspired to fulfill their greatest potential. And whereas our community recognizes that we have the power, collectively and as individuals, to build a more inclusive and caring environment, acknowledging that within each of us is the power to promote a vision of world peace." End quote. This was proclaimed 26 days after a city council meeting where threats and harassments were made towards several women who are Black, brown, and Chumash. No action or support was taken from Ojai City Council or officers on site after these incidents were immediately reported. I call on action for an inclusive and caring environment within this community, for those who are without homes, and for Black, brown, and Indigenous community members who on that evening were ignored. I also call on reconvening the December 20th, 2023 City Council meeting that had been disrupted and adjourned without follow-up, denying the voices of over 40 speakers calling for a just peace. For true inclusivity and care extend to all peoples. On behalf of those marginalized within this city, I will share an excerpt from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s letter from Birmingham jail. In response to the contradiction between Ojai's MLK Day proclamation and its position as an international city of peace, and lack of action in exemplifying and embodying the dream of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Quote, "First, I must confess over the last few years I have been gravely disappointed with the white moderate who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly says, I agree with you in the goal you seek, but I can agree with your methods of direct action, who paternalistically feels he can set the timetable for another man's freedom, who lives by the myth of time, and who constantly advises to wait until a more convenient season. City Council, please honor your proclamation. Lastly, I would like to debunk a claim about Martin Luther King Jr. being a Zionist. It's unfounded. American-Israeli scholar Martin Kramer has pointed to King's views on Palestinian rights to their homeland. On June 18, 1967, on ABC Sunday's Issues and Answers, quote, "I think for the ultimate peace and security of the..."
Thank you, Bevelyn. Thank you. Next, we have Jerry Odell, then Leslie Clark, and then Grace Malloy.
Oh, hi, City Council. My name is Jerry William Odell, and I've lived with the Ojai grassroots community for the last quarter century. And many of the grassroots community that know me and understand our situation as it is presently. I understand that we have developed a campaign of funding for our disadvantaged people of various disabilities, and there's people that are low income or have no income and are homeless in our encampment, in this encampment right here, and some funding that has been granted for our,
Jerry, can I
our
interrupt?
needs have not been met.
We do have this is item number 5 on the agenda. Do you want to speak about the encampment? Is that what you like?
Pardon me. Oh, this is what agenda?
This is general public comment. If you would like to make a comment on the unhoused and the encampment, would you mind waiting until item number 5? It won't be long.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate your patience. Okay, next we have Leslie Clark, then Grace Malloy, and then John Drucker. Is Leslie here? Leslie? Nope. Okay, Grace Malloy, and then John Drucker, and then Alan Greenberg.
Dearest council members, Mayor Sticks, staff, fellow community members, I've thought a lot about what to say tonight. Whew. And I still haven't figured out how to appeal to your hearts, how to speak in a way that you might really hear. I've been wrestling with how to reconcile the ease and privilege we take for granted here in Ojai. Oh, can't read with tears in my eyes. With the absolute darkest, most heinous, most unforgivable acts of murder, terror, and destruction being perpetrated every day, likely every minute in Gaza. I'm trying to understand how any of us here could think it's okay not to do every possible thing we can to protect innocent children and their civilian grown-ups. Isn't it our job as humans, especially in an international city of peace, to draw the line months ago? I work with farm animals, and I know that if any animal, wild or domestic, were to kill even one human child, the way that the Israeli military has murdered so many thousands, we humans would immediately put that animal down, citing their insanity and incompatibility with humanity, saying absolutely not. But somehow it's okay if a human does it, especially in retaliation, and it's especially okay if that human comes from a country whose primary religion is one that has been the victim of genocide itself, and especially okay if those Israeli soldiers are murdering brown babies, being held in the arms of their brown Muslim mothers. It's considered justifiable because of Israel's own hurt and the murders, assaults, and kidnappings of October 7th. Is there such a thing as justification for killing thousands of babies? For shooting mothers as they evacuate their homeland, shooting them in the back as they hold their children's hands trying to get to safety? traumatizing an entire generation that has seen the murdered bodies of their little siblings, cousins, neighbors, mothers, fathers. What I'm trying to say is this. You all voiced your concern that citizens of Ojai feel safe, but I need to ask you a question I know might feel difficult. Is the comfort/safety of privileged white-skinned Ohioans here in our statistically incredibly safe hometown more important than doing absolutely every single thing we can to stand up against war crimes and the murder of tens of thousands of innocent humans? Can anyone feel safe in a world where we don't all stand up against genocide and ask for it to cease? How can you prioritize the type of unsafety felt in our very safe town over the true unsafety of being a resident of Gaza or a hostage right now? Do you honestly think that if, for example, every town in Representative Carvajal's district passed resolutions supporting a ceasefire, that he wouldn't hear that and begin advocating for peace in a real way? This is your responsibility as the city council of an international city of peace. Please put a ceasefire resolution on the next meeting agenda and help the community hold a better space in which to discuss this.
Thank you, Grace. Next, we have John Drucker, then Alan Greenberg, and then Leora Lazak.
Good evening, everyone. I'm John Drucker. I live and work in the city of Ojai. I have a master's of international affairs from the School of International Affairs at Columbia University's Middle East Institute, and I'm a former aide for foreign affairs in the U.S. Senate. And as a person who loves peace, I'd like to believe that the people advocating for a ceasefire mean well. I really do. But when I hear them hurling falsehoods, like Israel is waging a war on Palestine as opposed to a war on Hamas, or that they are engaging in genocide, I can only conclude that these misuses of language are only to delegitimize Israel and lay the groundwork for its ultimate elimination and the deaths of millions of Jews. And as such, these accusations are viciously, even if unknowingly, anti-Semitic. It's a short hop to say that there should be a ceasefire. After all, these people would say Israel has no right to defend itself against Hamas, a death cult that just perpetrated the worst crime against the Jewish people since the Holocaust. And their savagery even exceeds that of the Nazis. Trigger warning here. Mass rape, torture, kidnapping, and murder doesn't fully convey the horror. Perhaps baking a Jewish baby in an oven does, or beheading someone and then trying to sell his head in Gaza. And Hamas has promised to keep doing this until Israel is, and I quote, annihilated, close quote. This is what a ceasefire would facilitate. And that is why Israel is prosecuting this tragic war. But a ceasefire declares a victory for Hamas and provides a recipe for another genocide of Jews. As such, the ceasefire resolution is counter to the cause of peace. It would guarantee an even more horrific, devastating future war. It is wrong, it is anti-Semitic, and it would further rip this little town of ours further apart. You wisely declined to pass a resolution 1 month and 2 months ago. Don't pass any one now. Although if you're going to pass a resolution, please pass a resolution not to pass any resolutions regarding foreign conflicts. Start with a ceasefire right here in Ojai. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Alan. Please refrain from clapping. Alan Greenberg, and then Leora Lazak.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm a resident of Ojai. Here is the bottom line. As the legal stewards of the welfare of the citizens of Ojai and also the welfare of the city itself, you must put an end to any resolution that concerned with the Israel-Hamas conflict. If for no other reason, it is dominating your responsibilities to administrate this city and to do the difficult things that you were volunteered for and for which you were elected. It also troubles me that the group that favors ceasefire within these chambers several of them chose to remain seated during the Pledge of Allegiance. Your council was not created to be constantly involved with the world's problems. Are you also planning to take up the horrors that Vladimir Putin has brought upon Ukraine? The women and children of Ukraine specifically. There have been as many deaths in Ukraine as there have been in Gaza. What about all those people and all the suffering? What about the savage way that the Chinese are treating the Uyghur minority? Maybe we should take that up as well. I could go on chapter and verse of more deaths and suffering. This is simply not what you were elected for, just like you have finally, with this meeting, unlike the previous 3 meetings, taken charge of the decorum. You now must declare that you will no longer consider a ceasefire resolution and will not permit any further public speaking on this issue, period. What I'm about to say is not in any way a threat, but it is a promise. If you do not put an end to this resolution, at the next meeting, I will be here to present a demand for another resolution. It will state that the council will only issue resolutions that directly relate only to the geographical area of the Ojai Valley and will be supported by many, many signatures. And as an aside, I'm sick and tired of hearing about this genocide business. The only group that's ever experienced genocide that I know of is the 6 million Jews during the Holocaust. If Israel wanted to put genocide on Gaza, there would be 2 or 3 million of them dead right now. And it's been overstated how many of them actually did die. This is all presented by Hamas, and nobody has verified any of these numbers at all. In the meantime, Hamas is...
Thank you, Alan. Thank you. Next, we have Leora Lazak and then Bill Miley.
Hello, my name is Leora Lizak. I am here as an Ashkenazi Jew speaking in solidarity with the people of Palestine and calling upon this council to speak out against Islamophobia and racism that rears in this city, that we have witnessed in these council meetings and that this council has yet to speak out against. I bring the words of Bayo Okomolafe. There is a strange kind of hospitality that comes in grief. There is a beauty, there is a welcome in lamentation. That might be preposterous for most of us to hear because we live in a world that is increasingly antagonistic to grieving. Only last year, the American Psychological Association designated prolonged grief disorder as pathological. So there's a sense in which grieving for an extended period of time could disturb one's claim to citizenry. To productivity, to being proper, to being a proper self, and yet it feels like the world and the events at large are inviting us into a space of grieving, and it feels our bodies want to do it. Especially in a time when it feels politics isn't serving, isn't touching our yearning, isn't helping us meet each other. So I insist on welcoming you. I say welcome. Welcome to this space of grieving where grieving is not just being sad. We perform grieving as mutiny against established patterns. We perform grieving inspired not only by beautiful insights emerging in the world today, indigenous insights as well. We perform grieving as a strain away from politics as usual. Our aim is not to arrive at a specific truth. Our aim is not to reach consensus. Our aim is not to arrive at utopia. Our aim is not to prove who is right and who is wrong. Those Western, seemingly impoverished ways of holding conversation aren't the focus of this space. We are here to touch and be touched. So we are here to do some different kind of work, and the context of this conversation today is, of course, the armed conflict, the war in the Middle East, the siege on Gaza. I am sure you have opinions about this. I am sure you are touched in some way or another. None of us can hold it in its entirety. But peace, as I wrote recently, has never been premised on the algorithms of correctness. Peace has never been calculated by who is right. A different type of posture is required.
Thank you, Leora. Next, we have Bill Miley.
Hello. This is about the Israeli-Hamas conflict. On the issue of one country supporting another country with funding and supplies, many comments critical of the U.S. support for Israel have occurred. What is missing here in this discussion is the country of Iran in their support of Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthi of Yemen. Where is the effort to condemn Iran? A country which supports the other sides, and remembering some of these organizations want Israel to be destroyed, and some and disappear forever. The city of Ojai should represent the entire community of 7,500 residents and work to keep anything we say so the community stays together. Be generic in intent and positive for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Nora Harold.
Yep. Nora Harold.
Hi, everyone. Nora Harold. Nice to see you all. I live in Miners Oaks. I heard Reverend Miller say that they were beginning to meet, these two factions. So I'm going to ask that this, for now, leave the council chambers. And I'm going to ask for now that if those meetings are happening, that it not be just open to a select group of people, but that everyone on the Ceasefire Now side be invited to participate, just as everyone who is opposed to the ceasefire participate, because this conflict continues to come to council chambers. And this is a political space, and what is needed right now is healing. Thanks.
Thank you, Nora. And just for information, I have been talking to many community leaders on this issue, and there does seem to be a lot of interest in getting together a listening circle, so please stay tuned on that one. And if you'd like to be involved, please let me know. Weston, any?
No raised hands
Online?
right now, Mayor, but let's take a moment and we'll talk to our Zoom participants. We are on the public comment remainder portion. Please raise your hand now if you have a public comment on an item unrelated to our agenda. We'll just give it another moment for anyone, give them some time. And still no raised hands, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, that concludes public comment. Let's take a brief break, and then we'll come back with item number 3. Thank you. Okay, we are going to start again. If you could all take your seats, please, and come to quiet. If everybody could come and take a seat, and we're going to get going. Okay, we are back, and I apologize. We have one more public comment. Austin, somehow we missed it. Austin Ringelstein.
Is my mic on? Yeah. Thank you for your public service, I want to say first and foremost. And I want to address one thing that was said by the first speaker of the evening. When he said Bryant Street is looking worse than Iraq, that's deeply offensive to both the Iraqi people and veterans like myself who served there. That is a type of vitriol and subliminal racism and Islamophobia that must be addressed in this town. And that ties right into where I'm going with this. I'm a combat veteran, an Ojai resident. I have a Bronze Star for contributions I made with my bomb squad platoon to destroy harmful munitions in Iraq. I don't like to talk about that, but I'm only talking about that because I want to establish the credibility. Now I'm a veteran for peace. I came back from war morally and physically wounded. Every day I feel the wounds of war in my bones. I literally have psoriatic arthritis from my service connection in Iraq. Even though the VA determined that I'm 100% combat disabled, I still work in town as an archaeologist to pay the mortgage in this wealthy, privileged town because I love it that much. My war wounds are a drop in the ocean compared to the trauma, mass murder, death, and starvation that the Palestinians face every day. Are you listening, sir, Mr. Whitman? Okay, thank you. If we don't nip this in the bud now and advocate for peace, including justice, this war will come here and we will have no moral foundation to stand on. There can be no war on terror because war is terror, and I've learned that myself. The world was too slow to respond to the Holocaust, and we have now stood by too long while Israel and the United States are massacring Palestinians. Many Holocaust survivors have spoken about the parallels. Holocaust survivor and personal hero of my mother's, Elie Wiesel, said in the early 2000s, Palestinians must have the right to live freely and with dignity, without fear and without shame. This month, 88-year-old Jewish German-American Marianne Ingram, a survivor of the Holocaust, said, "My childhood was spent in the first 10 years much the same way as the children of Gaza. I know exactly what they're going through. I know exactly how they're feeling." She argues it should be an absolute standstill of all governments when you are told that 10,000 children are being murdered. There's no excuse for that. As a veteran, a father, a university educator part-time, I'm appalled with the City Council's recent willful neglect of our calls for a ceasefire from a diverse group of citizens here in town, myself included, especially when this town is very deeply intertwined with war profiteering. This is a matter of ours. This affects all of our lives. And the $3.8 billion that we pay as taxpayers, which has increased now this year with this war, and U.S. money going to Israel to drop bombs on children. This is both a global and...
Thank you, Austin. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we will, we finished public communication. We'll move on to item number 3, nomination and appointment of Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a staff report? Not really.
Briefly, Mayor and Council, the council can adopt a resolution appointing a Mayor Pro Tem. The Mayor Pro Tem can be any member of council, not the mayor. Thank you.
All right, I'm off the hook. Okay, any questions from council? No? Any public communication? Yep. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I did have a question. Can someone who has been mayor pro tem be nominated? Is there any term limit? Is my question.
There's no term limit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any comments online?
There are currently no raised hands on item 3, nomination and appointment of a mayor pro tempore. We will give the Zoom participants an opportunity to raise their hand. And still no raised hands.
Okay, we will move on to discussion. Who would like to begin?
Well, I'll make a motion, because why not? I think Mayor Pro Tem Francina has done a fabulous job, and I think she would like to stay in the position. So I would make a motion to re-elect or renominate or
Reappoint.
reappoint. Thank you. I knew there was a re in there somewhere. Reappoint Mayor Pro Tem Francina to the position, if she so wishes. I don't know.
I do,
Okay.
I enjoy it.
Okay, is there a second? We need a second for that. Did you want to say something?
No, no,
Councilmember
go-
Lang?
no, no, go
Okay.
ahead, go ahead.
No second at this
Can I
point?
second?
Yes, you can second yourself.
I'll second myself.
Microphone, please.
I'd like to point out that this is my 12th year on the
Microphone,
council.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. This is my 12th year on the city council. Normally, both the mayor and mayor pro tem are 4-year terms with a rotating mayor, the old system before the elected mayor. So that you're, as a first-year council member, you would never be mayor pro tem or mayor. It would be unusual. And in the past, when I served, there were mayor pro tems that served at least 2 years, maybe longer. So I would be happy to do it again. I've used the title to my advantage when I advocate for county things that gives just a little bit more oomph, okay? And I take advantage of that. That's really the main difference for me. And I'm a very hardworking council member, whether or not I'm the mayor or just the council member. But of course, if anyone else would like the position, I won't go home and cry.
Councilmember Lang?
Well, I think you have done a great job as Mayor Pro Tem. I was wondering, in thinking about this, I was wondering if we were going to agree to rotate, or if we were going to agree to have different people taking turns.
It has been traditional that we rotate.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor Pro Tem. That's
But also, sometimes they serve 2 years.
Well,
Both are traditional. Yeah.
I was, because I was, in thinking about the rotation of it, I was going to propose Councilman Whitman, just because he's been here the long time, and at the same time, if this is something you want, I think I just came into it with the idea that it would be a rotating position. So
I'm going to say something. I am super grateful, Mayor Pro Tem, for your service, and you are extremely hardworking, and I really appreciate your effort. I would like to make a substitute motion and nominate Councilmember Whitman, because I do think it's good to rotate and get different people in different positions. And Councilmember Whitman has lived here for 30-some years, around 3 decades, right? Grew up here.
I've owned a home for the last 34 years and in the city of Ojai, and I grew up in the Ojai Valley, so
And your kids?
nearly 60 years.
Kids went
here.
to school here. You also served on the planning commission for a couple years, so I think we could really benefit from your serving in that term, and I'm grateful to you, so.
I know.
Okay. So that's a substitute motion. Is there a second for that?
Susan, do you want to say anything more?
Oh, yes, I want to say that you can have Councilmember Whitman rotate next year, because he has 3 more years. I may not be here next year. I might be, but I have no plans to be here next year.
Okay. All right, well, there's a substitute motion on the floor. Is there a second for that substitute motion?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, all right.
I'm going to have to say something here. I personally do not feel that Councilman Whitman is an appropriate mayor pro tem. He has been called out by, no, excuse me, I think that this is very relevant. I'm sorry, but he has been called out by a Superior Court judge for misrepresenting facts in a declaration of facts. He is being investigated by the bar. He has been on the basis of a recall. And, you know, it was a very close recall. He's been divisive. He has cursed at me and at
I'm gonna.
no, excuse me.
Yeah,
No, you
could
are
we-
not.
Could we stick to policy and
No,
not
no,
make
no.
it
This
about
is
personality?
policy about whether or not your demeanor is appropriate for Mayor Pro Tem. It's very, very relevant. Upon first meeting, he cursed at me and cursed at Sousa Francina, and has never apologized. He has been called out for misrepresentation and never apologized. He has told me I violated the Brown Act, that I was a criminal, and has never apologized. He's highly inappropriate to represent this city as Mayor Pro Tem. That is my opinion. I find it difficult to believe that this body would think that he should represent this council. He barely survived recall.
Well,
Barely. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Mayor, but I do have a right to speak without being interrupted by you. It gives me the impression that you don't want me to say what I have a right to say. You do not have the right to cut me off. I have the right to say my piece. So
Are you finished?
I might be finished. You know, so that is my opinion.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm
So
gonna.
there we are.
Okay, are you finished now? I would just like to say that I think Councilmember Whitman has done an excellent job and has all the qualities that we need in Mayor Pro Tem. And I think some of the things that Councilmember Rule said are just not factual. So that's
Every one of them is
excuse me,
factual.
I'm going to ask you not to interrupt me.
Okay,
And
all right.
let's make it mutual.
Okay, I
And
would
no
like-
and no
yeah.
crosstalk, please. Would anyone else on council like to say anything?
I'd like to say something.
Okay, go ahead.
I would like to say that both Councilmember Whitman and Councilmember Rule have been very controversial. I've also been controversial in my day, but I think I would say that both Councilmember Rule and Councilmember Whitman are off the table. If the council doesn't want me to be Mayor Pro Tem, I would say that our lovely first-year Councilmember Rachel is much more, her temperament is very suited for the job.
Well, let's follow parliamentary procedure. We have a motion and a second on the table. Could we get the roll call, please?
I'm not through
Weston?
yet. I would like to say that you just said that what I said was not true, and I would ask you what I said was not true. You just, what did I say that was not true?
I don't want to get.
No, you can't say that something isn't true and then not follow up with what isn't true.
Well,
basically, you called me a liar.
I disagree with some of the comments you made about things that that Councilmember Whitman said to you. So I
You
think this is not
disagree?
appropriate. I think we should vote. And so can we have the roll call, please, Weston?
Excuse me, I have one more comment. And I have to say this. Nothing I said was untrue.
Yes, it was.
No, it was not.
Yeah,
think
and we
that
shouldn't be litigating it.
should
You're
not
We're not
be-
litigating any-
You're being extremely divisive.
Not,
Okay,
this
wait,
is not.
can you know what?
Councilmember Lang, excuse me.
I really wanted to nominate Councilmember Whitman, and I feel like I'm moving more and more toward Mayor Pro Tem Francina's comment that the controversy is we can't all get along.
Well, we can't.
I mean, I want to nominate you, and this, it's just, we've had a year of just not getting along. So I'm wondering if you can speak to that, speak to the.
Yeah, I've made a big effort not to confront Councilmember Rule, and but she made a personal attack of me, and I've only said a few words, which is I don't agree that she's being truthful when she says the things she says about me. She did do something that was in the list of things in the recall, petition, which is to go after another council member to try to have them removed. She walked door to door in my district to ask people to remove me. And, you know, maybe I should thank her, because maybe that's what prevented people from signing the signature, that, you know, signing. So, you know, Rachel, you have to live in a world where someone's filed a petition including extensive false statements and have attempted to remove you from office. I'm going to try to be calm about this, but I think that I've received lots of comments from people asking me if I would serve as mayor pro tem. And I think that's what the community wants, and I think that's what we should do.
Well, I think that we have a system here where we can vote and decide.
Our two nominations as motions still stand.
Excuse me, I'm not ready to vote yet. And excuse me, I'm not
I'm
ready
going to call
vote.
the question very soon, so can you have
Okay,
one?
yeah, I will.
one more-
I will, actually.
Could I finish my sentence, please? Could
sure.
you have one more comment, and then we're
can.
going to have the quote?
I will. Councilman Whitman, the reason that you were not recalled is because Betsy Sticks called everybody that she knew in your district and asked them not to vote. And when they said I already did, she sent Tom Francis to their house.
Now you're making up stories.
No,
Okay.
it's not true.
fact.
It is a fact.
Excuse me.
It's absolutely a fact.
Excuse me. Okay, could we have the roll call, please?
Would you
Weston?
like me to name names, Betsy?
Could you have the roll? Could we have the roll call, please, Weston?
So, Rachel,
Wait,
We have.
I've been raising my hand. Okay, I would say that the very fact that this is so contentious is a symptom that there's unresolved things, okay? As I pointed out, Mr. Whitman, our council member Whitman, I know he's made a wonderful effort to get along. I have been, we've been talking, and I really appreciate that. But the other thing I want to raise, you know, it's been, you've pointed out that Councilmember Rule participated in the recall. But you, to be fair, participated in the lawsuit. And she's like $60,000 in debt. You can't, there's a good reason why she feels some animosity, okay? That's unresolved. You and the judge did say that your letter was false.
no, he did not.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. Could we have the roll call, please, Weston?
We have a second nomination, which is a substitute motion by Mayor Stick, second by Councilmember Whitman, to appoint Councilmember Whitman as the mayor pro tem for the year 2024. Roll call.
Can I make a substitute motion?
We already have
I
a
can.
substitute
Didn't you make a
motion.
motion?
You have two motions on the table. You can have up to three on the table. The substitute
Right.
motion can be made.
You know, I'm gonna nominate Councilmember Lang. I mean, what I said from the very beginning was it shouldn't be me and it shouldn't be Whitman. So, I mean, that was clear to me. Sorry, it wasn't clear to you. So I'm gonna nominate.
Okay. All right, that is the third motion, so we will vote on that.
Hold on. Does
I
that
did
motion
not
have
hear a second.
Do we have a second for that? For Councilmember Lang?
Well, how does that work? You mean, in what order are these motions going to be
The
taken?
last motion is voted on first.
Which is
And then if that motion carries, that ends the matter. If that motion fails, then we go to the next motion. If that fails, then the next motion.
Okay, well, I really want to be mayor pro tem, so as much as I love Rachel, I'm going to just take my chances.
But you,
Right.
well, count
Okay,
the
well,
votes.
I'm going to
Count the votes, Susan. Count the votes.
Excuse me. Okay, so we have a third motion on the table. It's for Councilmember Lang.
And Mayor,
Does
if
that
I
have a
may,
second?
There's
The-
no second for that one, though.
the third motion does not have a second right now.
Is there a motion for that?
There's
Second?
a
No?
motion.
Okay, so that motion dies. So then we go back to the second. Could you read the second motion again?
The second motion by Mayor Sticks, second by Councilmember Whitman, to appoint Councilmember Whitman as mayor pro tem.
Okay, roll call, please, Weston.
Mayor Sticks,
Yes.
Councilmember Lang. Councilmember Rule,
No.
Mayor pro tem Francina,
No.
Councilmember Whitman,
Yes?
Councilmember Lang.
He'll be here next
Hey,
year.
excuse me, no talking.
Microphone, please.
Can you just vote, please? There's a time limit.
Hashtag Libra problems.
Just, please do not badger the council person. Excuse me, quiet, please.
Excuse me, I'm not badgering.
Yes, we rotating, so yes, yes.
Okay, all right, motion passes?
Motion
Okay,
passes.
all right, thank you. Congratulations,
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, we will move on to item number 4, selection of council representatives to local, county, and regional boards. Staff report?
Yes, Mayor, I wrote this report.
Thank you, Weston.
First of all, thank you to all council members and mayor for your service in the county. And this year, we will be taking the same list as last year and being appointing representatives and alternates. There are 2 that are mayor-specific, those being the City Selection Committee and the Cal Joint Power, that CJPIA. Other than that, we'll go through the list, we'll go through it all, appoint representatives and alternates, and make a motion on the list as a whole.
All right, well, let's begin at the beginning.
I would like to
Do you want to do it?
see public comment
Oh, okay, oops. Okay.
and
Okay.
see if there's any discussion.
Is there any public comment?
There are no raised hands, Mayor, and I don't believe there are any physical comment cards.
Okay, so we're going to begin at the beginning. Ventura County Air Pollution Control Board. Councilmember Whitman is the rep, and do you want to keep that?
Yeah, I like it. I like what they're doing. I like what we're doing, and I am a 5-minute drive from where they meet.
Okay, okay, excellent. All right, we'll go on to joint powers. That's for mayor specific. I will continue doing that. Clean Power Alliance, CPA, I'm the representative, and Michelle Ellison is the alternate.
I would like to be the second alternate for that.
Great. Good. Okay.
I support that, the
Okay.
second alternate.
I have a question on that, if I could. I'm curious why you wouldn't be the alternate as opposed to a second alternate. Like, why would we have 3?
Yes, so Michelle Ellison has a real long history on that board, and she really loves being on it. And it was under her recommendation, she said that it would be helpful because of the changing nature of the board to have 2 alternates.
Okay.
And that way, if anything changes during the next election cycle, there's some institutional memory, and so that was the reason.
Okay, thank you.
And just a big shout out to Michelle Ellison, who has worked so hard bringing clean power to Ojai and serves on their board. So she's a real gift. Thank you, Michelle. Okay, city selection, mayor specific, and I'm actually the chair this year. It's a group of mayors from the entire county. So, okay, Ventura County Animal Services, Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to?
Yeah, I'll continue, and I think it's good that Councilmember Rule is the alternate, if she's willing. Are
Sure.
you? Yeah, okay.
Okay, Economic Development Collaborative of Ventura County. Councilmember Lang, do you want to?
Yes, I'd
Stay
like
there?
to stay there.
And Mayor Pro Tem is alternate?
Well, she's never called me, but
I like going to the meetings.
yes, thankfully.
That's good. Okay, the Ojai Basin Groundwater Management Agency, or OBGMA, Councilmember Whitman is the rep, and I'm the alternate.
I'm fine with keeping
Okay.
it that way.
I am also. Gold Coast Transit District Board, Councilmember Lang, do you want to?
I can keep that, yes.
And then Councilmember Rule is the alternate?
Yeah, that's fine, thank you.
Thank you for covering my shifts last time.
No problem.
Okay, Southern California Association of Governments, or SCAG, I'm the representative, and the alternate is Councilmember Lang. I'd like to continue to be that. Okay.
And I'll stay your alternate, unless somebody else wants it.
Oh, no.
Okay. Okay, Ventura County Council of Governments, VCOG. Councilmember Rule, do you want to?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Thank
And
you.
I will remain the alternate. Ventura County Transportation Commission, VCTC, Mayor Pro Tem is the rep.
I enjoy that.
And alternate, none for 2023.
But we would like to
I would
appoint
like an
alternates for all.
alternate, because I did miss some meetings.
Okay.
We would recommend the same as Mr. Montgomery. Alternates are helpful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone?
Is that VCTC?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, I'll be the alternate.
Thank you. Okay, Ventura Regional Sanitation District Board, VRSD, Councilmember Lang. You love that.
I do, but unfortunately, I'm on a policy committee with the California League of Cities, and
Okay.
we are meeting on Thursdays.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'm not able to attend a lot of those meetings.
Okay.
And I'll move up and become the representative if that's okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Whitman. Is there an
I
alternate?
can stay the alternate.
Okay, thank you very
I
much.
hope Larry is watching.
Ojai Valley Sanitary District.
Oh, there you
Councilmember Rule, do you want to
County.
continue to be the liaison?
Sure, I'm fine with that.
Okay, and alternate? Anyone? I'm happy to do that. Monthly, fourth Monday at 6. Okay.
Got it.
Ojai Valley Green Coalition. Councilmember Rule is the liaison. The alternate is Mayor Pro Tem. Do you want to maintain there?
That's
Okay.
good.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I'm happy.
Okay, Ojai Unified, I am the liaison, and I would like to stay there.
I'll be the alternate.
Okay, thank you. And then the City of Ojai Audit Budget Committee, I will be there, and additional appointee Johnny Johnston.
Is it possible to, so this year I'm on the Tax and Revenue Policy Committee for the state of California, and so I'm learning a lot about what's happening statewide with our policies, and I would love to, I love learning more about this. I would love to serve on the Budget Committee, both as, I think, as seeing Johnny Johnson as a potential mentor, but also I think I'd have a lot to add to that committee, given everything that we're doing in the state.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Thank you.
Did
Okay.
as I recall, Councilmember Rule also wanted to be on that.
I'm perfectly happy to back out of that.
Okay.
Absolutely. No. Believe me, I'm all good
well-
with backing out of that puppy,
Okay.
for sure.
All right. Well, thank you, colleagues, for making that so simple. That was easy. Is there a motion to approve all those appointments?
I'll move to approve.
Okay, second?
Looks good.
I'll second it.
Okay. Roll call, please, Weston?
Yes, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Francina, second by Councilmember Lang to approve the regional board appointments for 2024 as we just decided. And we'll take a roll call. Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
I will make
Now,
those adjustments.
He's the Mayor Pro Tem.
Excuse me.
As of right now.
I'll have to get used to that. Pardon me, Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Not until we had the vote, so you did fine.
It's true.
Okay.
I will make these adjustments and get them out to council, and any interested community members in these regional boards, I can make this information available to you as well. Thank you.
And I would just like to thank my council members for working so hard on all these boards and representing Ojai in so many different ways.
Driving so far.
Yes,
Oh my
we do a lot of driving. Okay, we will move on to item number 5. Authorize the city manager to execute a grant application seeking competitive grant funding under the State of California Encampment Resolution Funding Program. Is there a staff report?
Yes, Mayor, there is a staff report. I have a PowerPoint. It will be a team effort tonight. We have our homeless task force members here in the audience that really got this effort started several months ago with Betsy, Ruth, and George, and they can answer some specific questions. We also have Jennifer from Ventura County as well that's been assisting us with the grant. And then online at the last part, we have Joanne Price with Dignity Moves, which is the interim housing solution that we're considering partnering with. And she's going to give you an overview on some of their past projects and what they do and what they're all about. So with that, I just want to start with an overview on the encampment, what's going on site, and what the plans are for the future of how to address it. and answer some questions that might be out there. So if you could go ahead and advance the slide. We'll just give you an outline of kind of how we got to where we are today. So as many of you know, the City Hall campus site is 8 acres. So the encampment in the community garden area started this past summer and grew over the ensuing months. As I'm sure you recall, you had the council goals and priorities meeting on August 30th, known as Dotocracy. And the one item receiving the most dots was dealing with the homeless encampment. At that time, Mr. Mark Scott had taken that project on and gave it a good deal of attention as the council's top priority. That's when the task force was formed in talking about solutions to address the need. Shortly thereafter, the city hired a homeless services coordinator as a full-time position to give it the attention that it asked for. Coming out of that August 30th meeting, the council allocated $200,000 towards the effort to deal with the encampment, and that's everything from staffing to sanitation to our initial phases. So the task force has been hard at work since that time. I would note I was not involved with the task force. Mr. Scott was dealing with that, so I'm kind of a late addition coming on in December and taking up. So there are some things I'm not as familiar with, so I'll lean on some of our partners on some of the specific questions. But what the task force did come up with is a phased approach. So the overall concern is the encampment as it exists today and has existed. The conditions are challenging. We'll talk about the population from a health and sanitation standpoint. It's really impossible to enforce. We have a very, very small sheriff's presence, and asking them to enforce the rules of an 8-acre parcel that's a rough terrain, and the nature it is a challenging task to say the least. Obviously, we don't really have the staffing to do that. So the goal is, from both a humanitarian standpoint and also from a safety standpoint, we want to get these folks in a more controlled environment that's more safe and suitable. So what we came up with is phase 1 towards addressing that effort is using the Kent Hall parking lot, which is paved, to place tents. So what these tents would be is they're wilderness tents that are pretty heavy duty. The tents that you see out there now that are popped up, they're fading fast with the elements and wildlife, so folks aren't protected. For the most part, most of them are on the ground, so when it rains, they're getting water in their tents, they're in the mud. It's not a good deal. So we're looking at doing these wilderness tents on elevated platforms, so the platforms will be fire treated, so they won't be flammable. And then with that, we're also going to provide some storage as well. We also met some of the basic sanitation needs with that funding that council allocated. So we brought out the portable restrooms, wash stations, and we also expanded the trash services at City Hall due to the extra trash we were getting. If you can advance the slide. Just talking about exactly who is out there. So the overall encampment population is about 2/3 male, 1/3 female. 60% of the residents have documented health conditions that make them higher risk in extreme elements, something that we did want to keep in mind in acting sooner than later. One thing that is notable to point out is most of the folks that are out there are local to Ojai. They've been homeless in Ojai for multiple years, some even longer than that. These were folks that were sleeping under overpasses, they were sleeping in parks, but now they've come to this one space. So the thought that most of these people have recently come to Ojai to be part of the encampment doesn't hold true when you talk to the folks there, and most of them are also clients with the help of Ojai. So these are folks that have been with this in the city for multiple years, unhoused, that have congregated on this one site. Shortly after taking this on, we did post the encampment closed to any new inhabitants effective December 4th. So what that means is on December 4th, We took a census of exactly who was there, and that's who we are obligated to house. One misnomer is that the encampment is as great as 50 people. It is not. A counting of the tents is not an accurate counting of the individuals. Some individuals have 3-4 tents. When we took the census, there are about 24 folks there. A few new have come on, but that's what the number is. Okay, if you could advance the slide. So looking at that phase one, and this is using that $200,000 that's already been allocated. We're looking at purchasing the tents, placing them into Kent Hall. Tents, just by their nature, because they're a temporary shelter solution, they aren't eligible for the grant that we're going to be seeking. So this is something that the city would pay out of pocket for the $200,000, not be reimbursable by the grant. So the tents, the platforms, and the storage are a cost that the city would bear. So the plan is, once we start putting these in place, over time we'll transition the folks that are in the encampment in the garden area into the tents, and then we'll start shrinking the footprint of what's the allowable area to camp in the open space. So we're doing this in a couple of phases. The first will be building 10, and we'll move 10 folks, taking the most vulnerable that have health issues first. And then in the next phase, and you'll see why it's being phased later, we'll take the rest of it. At that point, we'll close the community garden to any camping. We'll have a enforceable area that's easier to manage, and we'll start cleaning the grounds. The encampment will be a more organized manner that it can be enforced. Rules can be enforced. It can be easily accessed by the sheriff's department. You'll see later that the grant can also pay for private security as well. So we'd have a presence here 24 hours a day. You could advance the slide. So the reason that the tent build-out's being phased rather than being done all at once is it's a completely volunteer effort that's being done. So Rick Raines, who is our full-time homeless service coordinator, is leading the effort. He's partnered with a number of local community groups and churches. They'll be coming out, the leaders of these organizations, to build a single tent and shelter to figure out what the best practices are, what the challenges are, tools they may need, other things that they might be missing. And then in turn, those leaders from each of these groups will lead their volunteers to build out the greater number of 10 tents. They're somewhat challenging to get. They're in short supply, so we aren't able to order all at once, nor would we be able to place all at once, because it's a pretty tedious task to put these together and secure them. So those are the groups that are going to be participating in this volunteer effort to place the tents. All right, if you could advance the slide. One of the important things to note is phase one will include storage units. So once folks are moved into the tent and they have their own designated shelter, all their belongings must fit in the storage unit and their tent. So we can't have stuff strewn all about. But we can't now go out there and just start getting rid of stuff without providing a storage solution. So by providing the storage solution, we can start to contain what is out there. So that's why that's a key part, is having the storage solution. And as I mentioned earlier, once that transition goes, we start reducing the footprint of the allowable space. Also, just note, we can't compel people now to either leave the encampment or get rid of their property, again, until we provide the storage solution. If you could advance the slide. Phase two, and this is largely what the grant we're seeking is going to provide. So phase two, and these tents likely are something that will be in place and last anywhere from 18 months up to 2 years. Phase two is looking to transition the encampment from the tents into a transitional housing solution. So the task force has looked, there's a number of providers that do effectively these tiny homes. The provider that they felt fit best with the nature of Ojai and the projects that they delivered, and you'll see some of those tonight that have been built out, is Dignity Moves. The particular units that we're looking at are about 160 square feet is the footprint. They provide a sleeping space and a small living space. We would centralize restrooms and cooking areas off-site. There's a little bit more of a cost advantage, and also we don't need as much real estate by doing that. So
Could you explain that?
I'll explain it more in one of the future slides.
Okay, thank you.
So Dignity Moves will be presenting tonight, so you can see exactly who they are and what they do towards the end. If you could advance the slide. This is just an overview. So this is a state grant, and it has been around for a little while. This is the third round of the grant. So it's effectively $300 million that is available. So each round, there's a rolling basis of when the application windows are open. So in this particular round that we're in, round 3, has 3 funding windows. But the trick is that that funding could be depleted in any series of those windows. So if they get a substantial number of quality applications, it's likely that a majority of the funding could be exhausted. There potentially may not be a round 3. So the goal is to apply within funding window 1, which closes January 31st. That's something that we would not have been able to do without the help of the county and Jennifer Harkey, who has done this for other cities. So we thank her immensely because her knowledge of this has really been crucial. So tonight's action is requesting that the council authorize the city manager to submit the application in funding window 1, which closes on January 31st, which would have the most likelihood of A, getting the largest award possible, and B, getting awarded before the funding's exhausted. If we were to wait, there are future windows. The next one would close March 31st, and the final one would close June 30th. But as time goes on, we're likely to be less successful with our application, and we're likely to get a smaller grant with our application. Some of the goals of the grant intends to connect people who experience homelessness, especially in encampments, to interim shelter solutions, which we're doing. We have to describe the elements of the encampment. Basically, we took off all the boxes with the added caveat that we're looking at using city property, which lends a little more credibility to our application with the state. If you could go ahead and advance the slide. I want to give an overview to answer some of the questions out there about what the grant will do and what the grant won't do. So this is what the grant will do, broken down into the phases that we just did an overview of. So on phase 1, as I mentioned, the tents are not an eligible cost, so that's something the city will bear. So the city will pay for the cost of the tents, the platform, and the sheds, and then we have the benefit of volunteers to construct that. What the grant will pay for in phase 1 is it'll pay our cost to clean up the grounds. So once the community garden is closed, any remediation costs that we have to go out there and clean it up would be paid for by the grant. The grant would also provide on-site security support. So that'd be a security officer. It could also be additional funding of directed patrol from the sheriff's station as well. It would also provide an on-site manager. And this is someone in addition to Rick Raines that potentially would be there in the office at nights so that the camp is supervised. In both phases 1 and 2, it provides additional access to health and behavioral services. When we get into phase 2, and this is one of the larger costs, is it would pay the cost to do the infrastructure improvements that would be required to provide the services needed for the Dignity Moves project. So if we looked at alternative sites, which I'll get into in the future, if we needed to pave, It would pay for that. It'd pay for the cost of running electricity. It'd pay for the cost of potentially doing telecommunications, providing any septic laterals. There's a whole host of cost and drainage issues that would need to be addressed. The grant would pay for that, and then it would also provide the units themselves, so the Dignity Moves units, if that's the direction the council wanted to go. So those are the items that would be eligible and paid for by the grant if we're successful with our application. If you could advance the slide. These are some things that the grant will not do or provide. As I've mentioned quite a few times, the tents and the platforms are not an eligible cost. One of the most critical points that I want to point out is accepting this grant and applying for it. It does not obligate us to a set location for the Dignity Moves project. So I understand that we're talking about Kent Hall as a site, but for the longer term Dignity Moves project, those 160 square foot structures, they could be provided at another site. But in the tight time window we have, working with their design team, their architects and engineers, we need a site. So Kent Hall, being a city-owned site, is one that we can propose and effectively use as a costing model to have a number of knowing what to ask for. That doesn't mean that in the future, in a year from now, when we get ready to do this, that we can't explore other site options that may even be outside the city. Maybe this goes on 2 sites, maybe it goes on 3 sites. So getting the grant does not tie us to a set site for those structures. So it's simply a costing model for purposes of the grant application. All right, if you could go ahead and advance the slide. So staff's recommendation, giving the tight window on the funding, we would like to be in that window 1 to maximize our chances of both getting the grant and the size of the grant award that we would likely get. I can't thank Jennifer enough for her experience that she's brought to the table. She's done these grants before and she's done them successfully. Having done grants in the past, there's a lot of ins and outs and knowing what will score well and what won't score well. So she's greatly assisted us in putting forward a strong application. Also, the task force as well has really moved this forward in a meaningful way. I unfortunately coming on late in the process. I really do regret that we've not done the level of outreach that I would have liked to have done. Had we started this earlier, much of this has been in the Ojai Valley News, as the councils had discussions at their prior meetings on the topic. But this approach is going to be better than what exists now. One thing is true, it's going to be more visible, but if we go this route, it's going to be a more controlled situation that's going to provide a safer environment for the residents of the encampment and also the neighbors, because we'll have a controlled situation that we can now address and adequately enforce.
Thank you. Any,
And then we have Jennifer. I'd like the homeless task force to make any comments, and then we'll have the presentation from Dignity Moves.
Good evening, Mayor Sticks, council members, staff. Thank you so much for the opportunity, first of all. So for the record, my name is Jennifer Harkey. I work with the County Executive Office, and I serve as the program director for the countywide continuum of care. We actually received quite a few federal and state grants addressing, preventing, and ending homelessness in our community. Ultimately, our goal here is to just apply for the grant. And if we are awarded, we can work through this over the next year for a potential solid foundation on the location. So we were successful in applying for grants for the cities of Oxnard and also Thousand Oaks. Dignity Moves is a great partner that we've been working with and on a Thousand Oaks project. I've also been out to their Santa Barbara project, and they'll be presenting shortly to give you an idea of what the project could look like. I just wanted to reiterate sort of the encampment resolution funding and the fact that it will be eligible to pay for development costs, operations for 2 years, and security, as well as the cleanup efforts. And so sustainability obviously is something we want to ask about operations. And so that's partly what we do through the continuum of care. We receive federal and state grants that help with operational subsidies to sustain programs like this with supportive services. And we can also leverage county resources like our CalAIM team, Healthcare for the Homeless. We also have behavioral health, and you know, our county system, right, a human services agency, homeless services programs help provide case management and support to the clients we served who are unhoused. So just wanted to be here for questions if there are any. I'm very familiar with the grant itself, if there's questions regarding that. And then I would turn it over to Joanne from Dignity Moves if we're ready for the presentation.
Any questions from council? Jennifer? Councilmember Rule?
Should we hold questions till after Dignity Moves? I had a couple for Carl.
The presentation's done.
Okay.
I don't know if the members of the task force, if I omitted anything in the earlier phases that I was not involved with.
Okay.
Okay. Anyone from the?
And then Dignity Moves is going to be a PowerPoint presentation via Zoom as well.
Can we do that now? Yeah. Wait, Ruth is
Jan,
raising
I'm
her
here.
hand.
Okay, Ruth.
I would like to add has to do with the legality of why the encampment is the way it is and why it hasn't changed. And that gets to law enforcement. It has to do with Ninth Circuit laws, where the law says that they have a right to live on public property unless there's housing provided for them, shelter provided for them. And since they have no shelter, they have a right to live on public property. Law enforcement can't move them. Am I right? But I'm hearing a lot of things. Why don't we just move them? Why haven't we done anything? Why hasn't it closed? Why didn't they get rid of them when it was closed? They can't. The law won't let them. That's the only thing I'm not hearing with the report. And I'm hearing a lot of that from the neighbors and from the general population. So I'll have another statement later.
Thank you, Ruth. So hear from Dignity Moves now?
Yeah, James, if you want to bring up the Zoom presentation.
And welcome Joanne Price. Joanne has unmuted, and Joanne, your presentation is up here in council chambers.
Hello and good evening. Thank you, Carl and Jennifer, for that great overview. Sorry I can't be there in person. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Really appreciate your time.
Joanne?
One moment, Joanne. We're going to get the volume up here in our council chambers.
Okay. You tell me. Sound check, sound check.
Keep talking for us.
Hello.
That is-
Testing 1 2 1 2. I've always wanted
The
to
audio
do that.
here is great. Joanne, please proceed.
Okay. So I was saying good evening, Mayor and Council. Really appreciate your time on this important item to address homelessness.
Voice up.
I'm Joanne Price. I'm co-founder with Dignity Moves. Delighted to be here tonight and share about our organization and how we can assist the city. I'd like to highlight the fact we're already partnering with Ventura County on a project in Thousand Oaks, and we were successful on a couple of ERF
Can we
projects.
pause
last
for just a
year.
minute, Joanne? We're having trouble hearing you.
Okay. I'm not sure.
You guys, we hear it great back here. Yeah, it's fine. It's super loud here.
Hello, is this better?
That's great.
Okay, I'm going to speak. I've got my head right over my microphone on my laptop, so sorry about that. I'm just going to give you an overview of what we do and to let you know that we're already partnering with Ventura County on a project in Thousand Oaks. And we were successful on a couple of ERF grants last year with Monterey County and Watsonville and San Luis Obispo. And so I'll echo what Carl said. Jennifer Harkey has been amazing to work with and help pulling this application together. Next slide. So a little bit about Dignity Moves. We were born out of the pandemic and we're Silicon Valley startup. And we were born to address the growing homelessness crisis. And it started with the assumption that we needed new approaches and out-of-the-box thinking to bring people indoors where they could effectively and safely receive services and get them on the path of stability. And in the short time since we formed, we have housed hundreds of people and we have thousands of units in the pipeline. And on the next slide, you'll see some of the amazing and best and even recognizable companies in the industry that we work with. Next slide. That includes the world-renowned architect Gensler and Swinnerton, and we've also raised millions in philanthropy. Next slide. So some of our projects include HomeKey, one of which has been operational over 1 year in Roanoke Park. This was 60 modular permanent units and the only new build project under HomeKey Round 2 to secure its early occupancy bonus. Please advance the slide. HomeKey Alameda opened in May of last year. They're 47 permanent units with ensuite bathrooms that provides interim housing for individual adults and transitional age youth. Next slide. And on the screen is our most recent HomeKey Project Award. We were awarded last month for San Bernardino, and it is one of the largest awards so far under round 3. It's providing 140 units for marginalized populations and includes a holistic health and wellness center. Next slide. Now, the next few slides, they're going to highlight our temporary interim projects, which are still built with materials that meet California Residential Building Code, such as the windows and doors that you see in the photo on the screen. This was 70 units built in downtown San Francisco, and it's seen a tremendous success. Similar to the project on the next slide. This is the project, the community that Jennifer mentioned. It's in downtown Santa Barbara. Small, it's on a 10,000 square foot lot, 35 units. And these communities, they're designed with a beautiful curb appeal to blend into the local neighborhood aesthetic. Next slide. And what these communities do, they serve a critical need for the entire neighborhood. And this particular site in downtown Santa Barbara prioritized everyone sleeping rough in the immediate vicinity. So it made an immediate visible impact on downtown and especially the local businesses, including right next to the site, there was a Morgan Stanley's private client building. And there was a person that was sleeping in their doorway, and that was one of the first people who was housed. And now Morgan Stanley is a firm supporter of the project. And it just kind of emphasizes the impact that these projects have on day one as soon as they open. Next slide. And we make sure that on the sites, these are just not units. Carl mentioned there'd be a resident manager, but we also provide on-site case management. There's offices, there's dining, laundry, and in the case of Ojai, we plan to remodel Kent Hall to provide restrooms and showers. Next slide. And we're seeing results, like really great results. In downtown Santa Barbara, we've seen transformative success. And in the short term, that community has been open. The 35 units have served over 100 people. It's housed 73 people, and it's helped people become gainfully employed and even returning to school and taking their masters of social work. Next slide. And in fact, Santa Barbara was so successful that the county partnered with us to close its entire shelter gap, which was 423 beds across the county. So we're about to open 94 beds in Santa Maria. And a couple of weeks ago, we broke ground on La Posada, which is delivering another 80 units for the county. And next slide, please. And I mentioned we have thousands of beds in our pipelines, and these are some of the cities on the screen that we're working with. Next slide. San Jose, this is our latest community in San Jose, and it's intended to be 100% powered by solar, and it's 150 beds, and it will be serving about 1,500 people over the next 5 years. Next slide. Again, we take the utmost care to design a beautifully aesthetically pleasing entrance and with really high quality materials, so it really fits in with the surrounding neighborhood and adjacent buildings. Next slide, which brings me on to Ojai. And this is a possibility of what could be delivered for the city of Ojai. This is a very conceptual plan. We're still working out some of the details and requirements for fire, etc. These units, they're 114 square feet. I think Carl maybe mentioned 170, but these are 114 square feet that would meet the single room occupancy requirements for permanent housing. So the site would achieve about 18, including some support offices and a remodel of Kent Hall for dining and restroom and shower facilities. Again, it's a very conceptual site plan at this stage, and it's to give you an idea of what could be achieved. And then next and final slide. This is concluding my presentation. I really hope it's given you an overview of the high quality that we build and the communities that could have a huge impact on the city of Ojai. And moreover, it would provide those living on the streets refuge, safety, especially during these wet months, and above all else, dignity, so they can really effectively receive services and help them back onto a path of stability. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Anything else from staff?
I'm happy to confirm the comment made by Ms. Miller on the straight legality. Under current Ninth Circuit case law, namely Martinez v. Boise, City of Boise, and Johnson v. Grants Pass, the city and the sheriff's office cannot enforce an anti-camping ordinance or an anti-sleeping ordinance in a public place if, at the time of enforcement, the city does not have an adequate shelter space to offer to that person. So it's tested at the time of enforcement. If you seek to move someone off of public property who is not otherwise unsafe, then we have to have a shelter space that's adequate and within reasonable notice and reasonable distance to be able to enforce. So the old ways before these two cases, which date from 2019 and 2023, of simply clearing a camp when it shows up, that's been outlawed by the Ninth Circuit. The federal Supreme Court, the United States Supreme Court, has taken up the Johnson versus Grants Pass case. They did so last week. A ruling is expected by June. Tea leaves are that they may make a change given the current composition of this federal Supreme Court relative to the Ninth Circuit. However, that has not happened yet, and what and how the federal Supreme Court does or does not do is not easy, not certain to predict, and does not help us today. As of right now, as noted before, the Ventura County Sheriff's Office has confirmed they will enforce the city's anti-camping ordinance, but only if, at the time of enforcement, every unhoused person proposed to be moved out of an unlawful encampment is offered a bed in an adequate shelter space at that moment, after reasonable notice and within a reasonable distance from the encampment. The program on the table is designed to create that ability to shift folks from the community garden space over to a safer space. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, we will now take questions from council. Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay. A question that neighbors have asked and that I ask as I've walked the campground is, why is it that if house people camp somewhere, there are no litter, there are laws in place. If it's a campground, you're not supposed to litter. You're supposed to, there's quiet. You can't play a loud radio at 2 a.m. and wake up the neighbors, for example. And why is it that the current, with the current situation, it seems like if we had more, it sounds so basic, and but if we had more trash cans around the property, could we enforce, for example, a no litter law?
To an extent, yes, and I'll let Mr. Alameda continue.
So there are rules posted that include that as
Yeah,
well, but
yeah, I
it
saw
goes
that.
back, it goes
Yeah.
back to resources.
Okay,
It's not a site that we're able to 8 acres to walk every day. And obviously, we aren't getting reports of a lot of the issues of the dumping. When it's obvious, we've taken care of it. We've cleaned up a number of issues that have arisen. But it goes back, this is a small agency with a small staff and a small sheriff's station. It's not really enforceable as it exists now to try to police 8 acres effectively.
and if a neighbor calls up, and I know this already happened, calls up Chief Trina because someone's shooting a gun or playing a radio or any kind of incident that's disturbing the rest of the residents, and what can you do?
So if I could jump in real quick, and then the chief, there's a very big difference between shooting a gun and playing a radio too loud.
Of course.
There's I want to emphasize that point.
Yes.
There's a
yes.
very big difference between shooting a gun and
Yes.
playing a radio too loud.
Yes, thank you, yeah.
The sheriffs absolutely can, and I will expect will, enforce all of the firearms laws, all violence laws. Nothing in the Supreme Court case law protects anybody from lack of enforcement of the rest of the penal code, the state laws that prohibit shooting guns in parks. That's banned by state law and by our code. And things like that. That's a very different situation than noise. With that, Chief?
Thank you. I reiterate what the city attorney is saying. Any and everything that has been reported to us, we will investigate on a case-by-case basis and enforce the laws where we can in terms of illegal things happening in the encampment. But things that are regularly going on that are visible on a daily basis, such as the nuisance of trash, noise complaints, things such as of those nature are difficult to enforce, and quite honestly, our hands are tied when it comes to those minor things, but that we're seeing daily, if that answers the question.
And then also, just on proximity of Kent Hall, it's going to be much more visible with the tents if we go that direction. And obviously, it's just a stone's throw from the sheriff's substation as well.
Yeah, right. Can I make a comment? What I really heard you say is that this grant allows us to have 24-hour, what's the word I'm looking for? There's going to be someone on site.
24-hour presence if that is
Yeah,
what we're
the
funded.
24-hour presence, I think that's a good thing. Thank you.
Okay, other, Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
Yeah, so, you can call me council member. So, on this, I got a lot of questions, but on the security issue and the Supreme Court law, one of the things I'm not clear about is, and maybe this is a multi-part, but I think they go together. We've been told about, a cap on campers. We now have this number of campers, and we're able to say only these campers. So if we provide, let's say we create 30 units to house the homeless, what happens if 30 more homeless people show up in addition to the 30? What's our remedy at that point? I mean, how do we address that?
Depends on part of where they show up. So if the folks arrive at the area that was cleared because we had defined an area, designated as closed, and then moved all those folks to the new temporary tent situation, then we can exclude them from the wild area, the natural area. It would be more difficult to enforce if they were to set up in other locations that were city-owned under current case law.
So if 30 people moved into Libby Park,
We would.
The building of the shelters would not currently, under current law, give us we'd still have to accept them as having a place to sleep in Libby Park if that's what they chose.
Unless we were able to offer them space at
Another
the time
30.
of enforcement, if we had, in this scenario, another 30 tents. Or on a rotating basis, get folks in as they're shifting to permanent housing in another way.
That's the goal, right?
Right, that's the goal, is that it creates a space that folks can move through as they shift from the temporary housing to permanent housing. But I'll let Mr. Allen add a little more.
Permanent housing's the goal, and Jennifer can speak more to this, but our obligation, for lack of better terms, is when we closed it, is providing housing to those folks. The few that came after, that's a policy question for the council. But one of the things that the grant can provide is a voucher program to address that supplemental number of folks or potentially future folks, although this site would be closed and it would be enforced. And Jennifer can talk about the voucher program.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I just wanted to clarify regarding a pathway to permanent housing. It is a requirement in the grant that we have a pathway for people to get into housing. And the way that we do that is by helping people get what we call document ready for permanent supportive housing. The majority of those individuals that are unhoused in this encampment are seniors. Many of them have Social Security income. Many have documented disabilities or severe health conditions that can qualify for permanent supportive housing. And so the case management and the supportive services helps to help get them document ready to transition into supportive housing or other housing options. Through the continuum of care, we have a lot of programs that support permanent supportive housing through federal grants, through HUD, Housing and Urban Development. We also have rapid rehousing funding, which helps people get into either shared housing or rooms for rent or other types of situations across the county. But ultimately your goal is to transition people into permanent housing situations, whether it's supportive housing or private.
And then once transitioned, then the existing space they were occupying before becomes available for a new person as needed, whether that's the dignity move space or if we're in the earlier period, the phase 1 period, the temporary tent space.
Any other questions, Councilmember Lang?
Yes, so I'm hearing a couple of things. First of all, the grant funding is like, there's a timeliness to this issue. If we want the funding, we would have to secure the grant by the 31st, this round, this window. What kind of flexibility is there in the funding? One of the concerns that I've heard from the neighbors is having the tents be more visible, not having neighbors not being notified. There are a lot of concerns that have been raised by the neighbors, and so I'm aware of this tension of we need this money, and the neighbors aren't quite ready for what happens in phase 1. There's just not enough. There's like a tension here. So what kind of flexibility is there in the grant? Should we secure the funds and then begin the process of starting phase 1 if there is a change in the way that we roll out phase 1, for example, or in working with Dignity Moves, a different location comes up? What kind of flexibility in the grant would allow for those kinds of changes?
It's an easy answer. The grant doesn't have any direct impact on phase 1. Again, phase 1, the tents and the storage structures are funded by the city.
Mm-hmm.
So that'd be a policy question for the city council. What the grant does fund, again, in phase 1 is that added security the presence. It funds the cleanup of the encampment. It also funds the extra sheriff's directed patrol and the support services. The status quo, I don't see how that is better than the tents, quite frankly, because we're going from an uncontrolled encampment that we can't really enforce, we really can't keep clean, we can't enforce the rules or the risk, to something that we can do all those things and get funding to pay for it.
I'm sorry, I didn't go through you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so, but if I understand correctly, the grant, isn't just about phase one. In fact, it requires that we plan for that permanent housing. And that means that they want to know, what we're going to do, and we need to specify how we're going to do it. Correct? As part of the grant application.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So based on the application itself, we are applying for, you're right, we have to include a model, a site plan, a development budget, an operations budget, a cleanup and sustainability sort of model. So all of those factors do need to be included in the grant application. However, once we receive the award, then we do have an opportunity to go through what would be considered a modification of the grant proposal. We can justify a relocation, for example. If we're proposing Kent Hall today, doesn't mean that we need to move forward with that particular site. If there is another parcel or another location that we want Dignity Moves to consider, we would also have to look at infrastructure. So there is, right, that concern if we submit the application today with the budget for Kent Hall, there is a possibility that the funding wouldn't match up to a different parcel, for example. Water lines, right, fire road access, other reasons why it may cost substantially more in development. And so that may be something to consider when we're looking at the budget we submit to the state.
And then on that specific issue, if we're looking at altering the location, is that something that the state has to approve a different location? And so it wouldn't just be it wouldn't just be convincing Dignity Moves that we've got a better location. The state would also have to agree.
Yes,
correct?
that is
Okay,
correct.
and
We
then-
would apply and justify a reason to modify. Yes.
So then if we make the grant application and we move and we're awarded the grant, we've got the City Hall campus as our designation for future permanent housing. And we accept funds and we start using those funds. And then we determine we don't have an alternative site. Then everything goes in at Kent Hall, or we take all that money we collected and used and give it back to the state. Correct?
If there is no alternative location or parcel to use, that's correct.
Okay. Councilmember Rule?
Yeah, just a couple of questions. Is our grant ready, locked in? Is it ready to go? Is the
Yes, the
okay?
grant narrative is written with the exception of the budget.
Okay, and what would be required to get the budget in there? Like, where are we with that?
So as far as I have been in communications with Dignity Moves, so they have the development budget ready to go. We're waiting for the city planning department to determine for infrastructure what those costs may look like. So that's sort of the last pieces. The help of Ojai is also part of this as far as supportive services. They know the clients well. And then some of the leverage funding that we're putting in as far as in-kind support is through the county and county services.
So there's, excuse me, there are just a few loose ends around the budget, but otherwise it's ready to go.
It's ready to go.
So, and to have it in by the January 31st, window 1, gives us a better chance of getting the funding that we're asking for and that there be money there for it, correct?
Yes, I would just emphasize that it's highly competitive. In round 2, for example, it was oversubscribed to the point where over $100 million out of round 3 was allocated for round 2.
Right.
So out of the $400 million that was available for round 3, now $300 million is available. We anticipate the majority of our continuums of care applying for this round.
Okay, and then the next question would be we've done all the work except for putting the pieces of the budget together. So let's say we go ahead and apply. It doesn't mean we have to take it. So it is a way of at least forestalling basically the opposite happening. In other words, not getting funded. So they could grant it to us and we could say thank you, but we're not ready for it. But if we don't do it, we're substantially at risk of not getting it. But we can always decline it. A couple of just other questions. So let's say that we decide that Kent Hall parking lot is not the appropriate place. That indeed we find another parcel that's owned by the city, but there are other costs associated with building the infrastructure out that is at Kent Hall, and we decide that we'd like to do that. Would the state have any problem with us raising that additional funds, and or in other words, it's a two-part question, like how strict is the state? Right, so I think Councilman Whitman, Pro Tem Whitman, mentioned that, we have to get their approval. Are they really tight about approval? Or are they like, okay, you came up with the extra $250,000 that you need to move it, so we're good with that. Like, so what has your experience with the state been if we were to try to mitigate that?
I can respond to
Yes,
that.
please.
So the state, from everything I'm hearing, is highly likely to approve the amendment to go to another site.
Uh-huh.
With respect to the funding, I see it highly unlikely that another site would be more costly than the Kent Hall lot. The Kent
Okay.
Hall lot is pretty challenging for a whole host of issues.
Okay.
So pretty much any other solution we find,
Uh-huh.
I would suspect would be less than Kent Hall.
Okay.
Because of the long run to bring services in there.
Okay.
The terrain with the slope.
Got it. Okay.
It is a challenging site, so I don't see us needing to come up with additional funding for that other potential site or sites.
That's very good to know. That's important to know.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that not to apply for the grant is to close our options, whereas to apply for the grant keeps our options open, including the option to say we're not ready. So I think that that's important to realize, and that you've done the work already. So not to apply for the grant based on all of the work that all of these people have done over a long period of time, all of our volunteers and all of the staff and everybody else. So that's my thinking around this. What's the downside?
We're on questions still, not discussion yet. So any
Yeah,
final
well, okay.
questions? Any final
Yeah,
questions?
I do have some questions.
Okay.
If we don't apply by January 31st, there's another window that opens up immediately. That is open until March 31st. And your concern is that the funds could be depleted in round 1, But we have no crystal ball that tells us if there will be funding in the second window.
Other than what happened in round 2. So from that experience, that's why it's highly competitive. And, you know, we in our continuum of care work with a lot of other COCs across the state, and many are applying for this grant funding. So.
And then, correct me if I'm wrong, this is a question, but my understanding is that if you apply for a grant, they award a grant, and you refuse the grant, your ability to get grants thereafter decreases exponentially. Do you have any experience with that, or do you have any?
I have never returned grant funding in the years that I've worked for the county, and that's 16 years so far. So I haven't had that experience.
Okay.
I have actually in the transportation realm of the state, and in that particular realm, the project that we got funded had a lot of reporting requirements that we found out about later, and a whole host of other issues. We did return the funding, and it didn't impact us. In a subsequent round, we received funding for some traffic improvements under the same grant funding source with the state.
Okay, so I have another question, which is, so we have a budget. So what are the city's costs out of pocket going to be as far as any one-time payments or annual costs of operation in the budget?
So for the grant application itself, we're applying for 2 years of operational funding. That includes the case management, the supportive services, the utilities costs, security. But as a reminder, the intent here is to create single room occupancy SROs, and those can qualify as housing with the restrooms and the facilities with the kitchen. And so there can be rent collected from individuals with a lease agreement for the units, which can be 30% of their income. When we looked at income across this encampment and those who are currently unhoused, the Social Security income, right, is an estimated $1,200 a month. If you do that calculation with the 30% rent costs, that can go back into help sustain the program and offset some of those operations costs. So that is the goal. In the long run, after the 2 years of the grant is up, there would need to be an application from the city through the continuum of care or emergency solutions grant funding or community development block grant funding. There are many different grant types that the city could apply for operations.
And just,
so, but what is our nut, assuming that we get, what are we going to have to pay? Is everything covered? Is that what you're saying?
so if I can answer that up front, obviously, that phase one, we're using the 200,000 towards getting there with the tents, the platforms. That's out of pocket. The grant covers, the key component is it covers effectively your startup cost of running the infrastructure, building the tangible improvements. There's an operating cost that will be covered for 2 years, but I would argue the operating cost of operating it in a controlled environment will be less in terms of both monetary resources and staff resources than what we have now with an unmanaged encampment. So staffing-wise, monetary-wise, if it doesn't offset, I think it would be in the positive by having a controlled environment that can be managed. But the key, really the cost drivers of getting it started with both the infrastructure and the improvements would be covered in that grant.
Yeah, but we're not in a binary world where we have only.
Discussion. This is discussion.
Okay, but I'm asking him a question.
But you're also
Can we,
arguing.
can we, give one more question, then we'll move on to comments?
Okay.
Yeah.
The straight answer may be that we don't yet have a precise annual cost estimate for the city's costs, if not covered by grant funding. We hope grant funding would cover, the proposal is for the grant funding to cover the first 2 years of operations. As noted by Ms. Harkey, there are significant grants available for funding thereafter, although it's future grant funds, so it's unknown. I don't think we yet have an estimate for the expected annual operating costs for those years 3 and on. I think that's the short answer. With that, perhaps a public comment?
Okay, yes.
Final question.
I defer to
Final
council.
question, although I got a lot more, but I'll ask one more question.
One more?
Do we have an agreement with the county about how costs would be shared as between the city and the county for the creation and operation of the housing? No?
Short answer is no. We hope that the county would partner with the city, mindful of the relative residential numbers between city and county in the valley versus the city, or as part of the city. We would hope to see some partnership matching that population figure, but that has not yet been negotiated between the city and the county. Although I will note that the county has graciously provided Ms. Harkey with no at county expense through this grant process, and we're very grateful to the county and Supervisor Levere for making that arrangement. But no permanent funding agreement has yet been reached. But we do thank you very much and the county for providing Ms. Harkey at no cost.
Yes, we do. All right, well, let's move on to public comment.
I just have one quick question, kind of a follow-up, because we have heard that the county gets a pot of money for the homeless situation unhoused, and then they're to divvy it out to the various cities. However, that tends to be divvied out, and the squeaky wheel, we always heard, you got to knock on their door. So is that still the case? That is, that the pot of money comes to the county to be distributed, but you don't get it unless you go knock on the door?
So I think
or something
you're
like
speaking
that.
to, there's 2 different funding streams or different ways to apply. Through the continuum of care, we go through a competitive process through an RFP, a request for proposals. And there are many different grants that we help award to not only nonprofits, but also to city partners and local agencies. So, for example, the city of Ventura applied last year and was awarded under one of our grants for homeless prevention funding, for example. That's something the Help of Ojai does here.
Right, okay.
So that's one way. The other way is cost sharing agreement. And I think that's maybe what you're speaking to, is a cost sharing agreement between the city and the county for sheltering. And that is something that we've done with the cities of Ventura, Oxnard, and Santa Paula. And just recently with the encampment resolution funding for Thousand Oaks, that is anticipated in the future to have a cost sharing agreement. So that is something that the city can look into for a future for cost sharing. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, well, let's move on to public comment. We do have more than 25 comments, so we will drop the time to 2 minutes. Ready, Wesley?
Can I ask a question? For example, the Green Coalition wants to speak, but they're more, is there a difference between an individual or representing an
no.
organization?
I think we heard from Jennifer and we heard from Dignity Move, so it's just, we've got it. We've got 25 comments, probably some online, so we've got to get going. Okay, so we'll start with Cassandra Marino, then Leanna McNeely, and then Bradley Smith. Leanna, and then Bradley, and then Marcy.
First, I think most of the people speaking to this issue would really love to have 3 minutes, because I'm at like 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Anyway, my name is Leanna McNeely, and my home is adjacent to the City Hall parking lot. First, I'd like to acknowledge the passion and tireless energy Ruth Miller and Betsy Van Light and others have brought in working to find a solution for the homeless in our city and for urging the city to address this issue. I do take issue with the city for their lack of notification to those in nearby neighborhoods impacted by this project. I take issue with the city's refusal to engage residents for over a month after I asked them to explain their plans. I object to the designation of the Kent Hall parking lot for many reasons. It's a legacy property from the Smith-Hobson family and a designated historical landmark, the entire 8 acres. Designs for educational and cultural uses have been proposed for the site which would benefit the entire valley. I maintain it is foolish to think that those uses can be achieved while hosting a permanent shelter. I object to the Kent Hall lot as a site for this project because it is completely inadequate to address the number of homeless in our valley. It is inadequate even for those currently living behind City Hall, who are representative of a much larger population. The proposed plan will max out the site and house only 15 or 20. Those who are not housed will go to motels, an expensive proposition. Those campers who have come after the December 4th census, when the campus was ostensibly closed, what are the plans for housing those? The city says they're not responsible for them. What then? The city's newly stated plan to close the campus to new campers relies on wishful thinking, not an actual plan.
Thank you, Leanna. Next, we have Bradley Smith, then Marcy, and then Christy.
Happy camper here. Good evening. Sorry. We've waited a long time for this. Can we have 3 minutes? May I have 3 minutes? Please.
Well, I'd have to address the council. It's 10 o'clock. We have probably 30 comments, so that would be...
30 comments on the housing? Well, let's put it this way. If you for me, I would
So
say.
if I could jump in real briefly, we need to have a rule that is uniform for all persons.
Right.
Whatever
Okay,
is
so
selected, have
no
no
one-
opinion, 2 minutes or 3 minutes.
And
It cannot vary by person.
And
One rule for all people.
I would like... I am sorry that we have so many I'm sorry that we can't give you 3 minutes because we have so many comments. This is our policy, so I would like to stick with it. And if you can say a lot in 2 minutes. So if you could say that, and if you have similar things to say, if you could just say ditto.
Can we restart the clock for
Absolutely.
them? 2 minutes?
Absolutely.
I didn't get to say what
We'll
I
restart
wanna
that
say.
timer to 2 minutes full.
You know, my experience is that as
Thank you,
time
James.
goes by, some people go home. Some people don't need 3 minutes. I am fine with, this is such an important issue, and you are the nearest neighbor. I just want to speak my piece. Council doesn't have to agree. I'm fine with 3 minutes, and I just hope that the rest of the speakers understand there's 30 speakers. Do not take up your whole 3 minutes if you don't need to. That's what I would recommend.
I would like to stick to policy, so keep it 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
My name is Bradley Smith. I live at 306 South Blanche Street down in the yellow house at the end of Solar parking lot. I do not support the grant application. I do not support the proposed Kent Hall parking lot location. We will always have an unhoused issue. As I understand, you will move the most in-need campers into wilderness tents in the Kent Hall parking lot. You will then build tiny homes, euphemistically called an interim housing solution. What is grossly misleading about this is the interim refers to the length of time each unhoused might remain, not how long the tiny homes remain. I find no subsequent plan, scheme, or idea about what comes next for the tiny homes. They will be permanent. You put them on Kent Hall lot, they're going to be there forever. We, the citizens, will have lost that space forever. Bad plan, wrong location. Currently, there are not enough sanitation facilities. Currently, there is no real security on site. Currently, there's an on-site coordinator who cannot stop anyone from moving onto the site, no matter what the signs say, as he has no real authority. It is impossible to determine whether this grant proposal will solve those issues. No one's seen it. We've heard more tonight, which would have been nice to know 2 months ago. We don't know how many tiny homes are envisioned. I've seen a number of quoted. We don't know if they'll fit into the property. How could I possibly support something as vague as this? Oh, wait, what about the cost? How much would the additional sanitation facilities cost? How much would your on-site security cost? How much would on-site management cost? How much of this is how much of this, if any, is covered in the grant? Well, we found out. Thank you very much. What's the duration of the grant? We found that out. That's nice to know now. What happens at the end of the grant? Oh, yeah, we found that out, didn't we? Do we apply for another grant and then we pray that we get it? Sounds like that's what the answer is. I haven't seen anything in writing about the direct cost of this to the city. Insurance, utilities, staff management time, and the unknowns. I cannot support this vague and ambiguous grant proposal, but I do support a relocation. Protected landmark,
Thank you, Bradley.
also one of the most unique and beautiful
Thank you.
government office buildings in the state of California.
Thank you. Next, we have Marcy, and then Christy, and then Larry Steingold.
Wow, I don't know how you guys stay up this late. This is, oof. Anyway, yeah, thank you to everyone who's invested time and thought and energy into this. I think we all have the same goal. We've got people who don't have homes to live in. We've got to get them housed. I think that the couple of things. I think, you know, the two things that have been themes throughout the year are transparency and fiscal responsibility. This whole process has not been transparent. The residents were not involved. I think this is the only opportunity we've ever had to really address it. And we don't even really know what to say because the plan, from what we've seen, is really half-baked. And then fiscal responsibility, where are the numbers? Where are they? I urge everyone to read the Ventura County Star article about the Thousand Oaks development. It's mind-boggling how much money they're getting. That's a city of 125,000 people. They got a lot of money. We're 7,500 people. They are getting funding for 30 beds and then 20 more beds. I really don't think we're in the same footing as these larger cities that are getting the bulk of these grant monies. We're a tiny city. I'd like to see the statistics about that, comparable size to a city like Ojai. And then I think that it's great, phase 1, phase 2. What's the timeline? When does it sunset? When does, we don't know anything about that. I just really feel it's half-baked. Then I also think you have an incredible city manager coming on board, and it would be foolish to vote on this and make a decision before he's had time to properly vet it, get more input from the residents, and let's work this out together. But I think to vote tonight, you're voting with blinders on. You don't really know the whole picture. So
Thank you, Marcy. Next we have Christy, then Larry Steingold, then David Chapman.
My notes are in my phone. It's about ready to lose its battery. Many homeless advocates have stood at this podium and talked about the lack of security and safety the campers experience. Theft, aggressive dogs, aggressive people, peeping toms, rats, drug sellers, intimidation. I live here on South Blanche Street, and I see a number of really intimidating people walking up and down our street. I have lived in Ojai. I've raised my children here. Now it's my grandchildren. We don't let them play outside. No skateboarding, no rollerblading in the street anymore. We used to let them walk to the park. No, now they can't. There's people going up and down on this bike path that we have never seen before, on motorized tricycles as well. Somebody here in the camp is recruiting people from all over the county. I'd like to know why we haven't entertained the notion of applying to the county for a partnership for Ojai. Then maybe we can look at county land. Nobody even has done that. Thousand Oaks has done that. Santa Paula has done that. Ventura has done that. Well, Santa Barbara is a different county, but they have partnered with their county. Why aren't we even looking at that? It's premature. They have bled into our neighborhood. We're experiencing the same issues and fears for ours and the children's safety. You're planning on a security patrol for the camp. What about for the neighborhood? What about us? We need security too. It's not safe anymore for those of us that live around here. I don't have any reason to believe those wilderness tents or tiny houses are temporary. I know that once they go in, they're staying here, especially if it's a state grant.
Thank you, Christy. Next, we have Larry Steingold, then David Chapman, and then Curtis Necht.
Thank you. The situation is desperate, okay? The problem's been created. We're going to have a knee-jerk reaction. Mr. Whitman asked what the nut's going to cost. If we don't get the grants, because we live on grants, look at the Maricopa. We can't even give the money back because we're going to spend it there. How much is it going to cost to run this thing day in and day out with no grants? $500,000 a year? More? Less? Or is it going to become a line item? It won't get built for 2 years. Half of you may not even be here, so you won't own the problem. We have a $14.5 million budget. We're already under hole. You don't want to raise taxes. Where's the money going to come from? No problem. Let them buy a hotel. Edelson's got 3 or 4 of them. Okay? No, seriously. I mean, there's a nursing home for sale. Do something with the county. You don't have a number. Everybody wants to do something. Something has to be done. The state has hamstrung us because they can't do their job because they're protected. They can't even help the people who live there because they have a right to live there, and as long as they don't kill each other, literally, okay, no, seriously, okay, they can't do much. So we have this problem. It's a horrible problem. Homelessness in this country, it's a sin. I mean, this is absurd. But to do a knee-jerk reaction and just build this and upset a whole neighborhood and turn this upside down, I mean, put it over on Bryant. There's land underneath with the power lines. Make a deal with the county at the Honor Farm. Someplace. You can go make 100 beds with the county. I mean, the amount of money they're spending. I mean, Dignity Moves, great business model. Okay, they're in the real estate business. Let them buy a hotel. Let them buy 10 houses, combine them together in some place. Great. It's transitional. But we have no idea what the number is. She can't tell you, won't tell you. Or maybe you can't, I don't know. Is it $500,000?
Thank you, Larry. Next, we have David Chapman, then Curtis Necht, and then Amy Mendoza.
Hello, I live on South Blanche, just around the corner. I wanted to notify you about the serious concerns we as neighbours have regarding the growing encampment. I was just down there recently, and the area stinks of stale urine and is cluttered with trash. Rats are breeding in the trash and the waste there. Adjacent neighbours are now faced with rat infestations in their homes. I am concerned with these prevailing conditions that there is a fast developing health risk of communicable diseases breaking out, affecting both campers and local neighbours. I am concerned that Ojai has no health officer to manage these risks. On speaking to the county, they indicated they would not be able to help with the health issues. That was the responsibility of the city. Another one of my big concerns is the risk of fire. Having open fires in a heavily wooded area obviously brings the risk of the whole camp going up in flames and local homes along with it. We have already seen a tree fire in a vacant lot near to the encampment caused by individuals from the homeless encampment cooking. Uncontrolled expansion of encampments often results with local residents feeling unsafe, as you've heard, and having other negative consequences occur as stated above. How will the city manage the safety and security for the camp and for local residents? I am asking the City Council to be more transparent with this issue and notify impacted local residents and investigate comprehensive programs like the one in Thousand Oaks, which has multiple funding sources. Meanwhile, the city needs to actively manage the current camp by passing ordinances that allow the city sheriff and fire department to enforce noise violations, size of the camp, health, sanitation and fire codes, and animal control.
Thank you, David. Next, we have Curtis Necht, then Amy Mendoza, and then Bill Miley.
Hey, my name is Curtis Connect, but thank you. Okay. Yeah. It's like a theater here tonight. Drama everywhere, drama. And it's serious, but I'm a neighbor. I live just at the bike path here, and I've had some negative interactions with the folks in the encampment. I think my concern is I haven't really heard about this plan until last week. So, and it has an impact because what I'm hearing is let's create and support the unhoused right here in the neighborhood. Let's create temporary and then more permanent, transitional. We'll bring programs in. So it's turning a residential neighborhood into a social services neighborhood. And it seems to me that there would be a wiser location than a residential neighborhood for this operation. I get that it's between a rock and a hard place because of the state and the laws around enforcement. But this is the Wild West. I've walked through here. I kind of have a sense of what we're up against. You cannot regulate it or enforce any rules. And so the people here can have loud music, lots of trash, probably some health issues, maybe communicable diseases, that kind of stuff. And there's, you know, the problems that come with folks who don't have houses spread, and they spread out and impact the neighborhood. So I think it'd be wise not to act urgently with this offer of money, but to wait and make a better plan. That's going to require leadership.
Thank you, Curtis. Next we have Amy Mendoza, then Bill Miley, and then Nora Harold.
Oh, I start talking and then it goes. Sorry. Mayor Stick, City Council members, Mayor Pro Tems. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Amy Mendoza. I am a retired teacher with the Ojai Unified School District. I have lived on South Signal Street for 33 years with my husband. I want to have peace in my life and feel safe in my home, and I acknowledge that we are all extremely fortunate to live in this valley. I would like to give you specific instances where my neighbors and I have not felt safe in our neighborhood. There have been 2 incidents on my street where an unhoused person has walked into my neighbors' homes when they were present. This person currently is living in the encampment behind City Hall. They demanded to use my neighbor's shower in one instance and do their laundry in the other. I have a neighbor who put up a fence to keep people from continuously trespassing in their yard. 2 times I have arrived home to find a person in my backyard. The first time it was a person who currently lives in the encampment. He was looking in my windows. When I got out of my car, he began incoherently yelling at me. The second time was about 3 weeks ago. My husband and I pulled into our driveway in the middle of the day and found a woman in our backyard. She asked if we had a room to rent and said, "I came up the driveway because I saw there were no cars in your driveway and I figured no one was home." A month ago during the day, I was on the bike trail directly next to my house. Someone came towards me waving their arms and yelling at me. I quickly walked back up my driveway and waited until they passed. 10 minutes later, I asked my husband to go down to the bike path. A different man was walking towards us. My husband said, "Hello." The man proceeded to say, "F you," aggressively many times to my husband as he walked past us. My husband, thankfully, is a retired fire captain from the city of Ventura and spent a large portion of his career interacting with the unhoused community, so he knew how to de-escalate the situation. This person has also been identified as someone who hangs out behind City Hall, though I don't believe he is a resident there. These are just a few examples from my tiny home of 6 blocks.
Thank you, Amy. Next we have Bill Miley, then Nora Harold, and then Ted McCormick.
Hello. I support submitting a grant application for a competitive grant for transitional housing, but not until you get a budget. And regarding the budget, you don't have one. So you can set another meeting for the 30th of this month and still meet the deadline. This has been a unique site here at City Hall. It goes back to 1972 when we got it from the Smith-Hobson. It has a historical history for 100 years. It has a potential value unriched to date for the 8 acres behind us, and the Green Coalition has that. But the emergency needs for transitional housing take momentary priority in the near term, but not in the mid or long term. There needs to be better options, such as a remodeled motel, remodeled boarding house, purchase an apartment house, like the Inn did 20 years ago on Country Club, build a modular apartment house, lease an apartment house for 10 to 15 years, consider unincorporated land, like the program for foster home folks on Gorman Road. Consider all the above in unincorporated Ojai Valley. Consider long-term storage of the Public Works Department. The city owns 2 1/4 acre empty lots just across Ventura here on the east side of South Ventura. And a section of the Honor Farm used for cows north of Highway 150. I understand about 50% of the homeless folks have a personal history in the city, and 50% of the homeless folks have a personal history in the county unincorporated area, which we don't have responsibility for, but the county does. So, long-term landmarks.
Thank you, Bill. Next, we have Nora Harold, then Ted McCormick, and then Cyrus Mayer.
I wholeheartedly support moving forward with the grant, please. I've said it before, until our most vulnerable are cared for, none of us are cared for. We are all one major crisis away from being unhoused. You all know I'm losing my housing in the valley. This is a personal issue for me. We'll be leaving. We'll be able to afford housing elsewhere, but I can't afford housing in the Ojai Valley any longer. The number one reason for homelessness is money. It's money. Excuse me. I think it's completely appropriate that the unhoused be here on our government space as a direct result of our systemic failures here, nationally, at a state level, citywide, countywide. We have failed. It should be in our faces. I am sorry for the people who have had disturbances, but the plan will seem to alleviate a lot of those disturbances as people are moved into more comfortable spaces, which those transitional tents will be, and then as they're moved into actual buildings. I had to live in a hotel for 3 weeks once because I couldn't find housing in another community. That was horrible. It was awful. I could barely work, right? And I had money at the time. But being unhoused, it creates a level of powerlessness that you cannot imagine unless you have experienced it yourself. And submitting this grant is one step towards housing these people. The location can be handled. This is the first step. It moves the energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora. Next, we have Ted McCormick, then Cyrus Mayer, and then Dave Patrick.
We've heard a lot of hard stories about the experience of living in this area. I can't say that I know what that's like. I have talked tonight to someone who lives in that area, and I hate to think that after hearing all of these stories, it will be the usual script, that you either get the grant or you can't get the approval for the grant, and a facility is built someplace but not here. We have had many times people, especially after the Thomas Fire, living between Casita Springs and the Avenue. That was county land. It was not in any city, and eventually people thought it was too close to them. There were homes nearby, and they were moved. And the county did, of course, put out statements that everyone was dealt with, but they were not. It's what we want to hear so we can feel good that it's not close to us anymore. And I don't have an easy solution for this, but I really hope that we can listen to the people who are living there. I know we're listening a lot to the people who live around that, and that's something to take into consideration, but please, I hope that we don't just sweep this out of our community. Again, knowing that a lot of people living there are from here, that should mean something, even though they can't afford to have a home. Not many people can afford to live there. Most people that I know that grew up here, like me, in this city, cannot afford to live in this town. And it's quite an honor to be able to do so. I'm happy for you guys that you have homes there. But Please consider those who can't afford that. Please put the ceasefire resolution back on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Next, we have Cyrus Mayer, then Dave Patrick, and then Ava Cristofalo Fernandez.
Hello again. I'm speaking in favor of the grant.
Sorry, excuse me, hold on, they didn't reset the clock.
There we go. I'm coming to speak in favor of the grant and supporting the houseless community here in Ojai. I think it is very common to see many affluent towns across America do their best to push out homeless communities out of their places. I've spent quite a bit of time working in Skid Row, in West Oakland. I work with the homeless community. I've experienced homelessness, and I think it's very common to see many affluent places do their best to actually bus people out of their communities to another community. And I think it's actually a very important opportunity for a city like Ojai to deal with residents, actually people that have a history here in Ojai, and support them in finding housing locally here. And I will say, you know, again, that this is very much directly tied to our issues as a country and our funding for foreign wars and for so many other aspects, which is another component to the reason why many of us have come today. I will also advocate that it's very important that instead of just having one person represent or oversee an entire community, it's very important that there's structures in place where all of the residents have a say, they have a vote, their voices are heard. This is a very important component where you often see in these projects that many people that are coming from a different perspective or do not have the same experience or actually living in the communities are making all these decisions for them. And so it's very important to bring in the people who are directly impacted in the decision-making process, including the local community. So that's what I'm here to say, and I hope that we can provide funding and opportunities for those less privileged.
Thank you, Cyrus. Next, we have Dave Patrick, then Ava Cristofalo Fernandez, and then Austin Ringelstein.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dave Patrick, a resident of the Valley for 14 years and a homeowner on South Ventura Street, adjacent to the encampment for 13 years now. My family and I love it here. We've noticed a change in our neighborhood. I have a household of 6, 5 of which I would consider to be at-risk individuals. My wife, 3 young children, and my father who lives with us because he suffers from dementia. Our neighborhood's changed. Never felt unsafe here until sometime last year. Noise now exists at all hours of the day and night. Shouting obscenities, screaming, fighting. Have called the sheriff about it a number of times, but realizing that their hands are tied, have stopped doing that. Often cannot peacefully be in my own backyard or sleep with the windows open anymore on a pleasant summer night that we enjoy here in the Valley due to the noise. Had an individual from the encampment walk in unsolicited into my driveway, up my driveway into my garage in December. After him, casing everything in my garage, I had to peacefully, end the conversation and have him leave. Have never had that occur. I'm concerned I received a notice concerning my neighbors who are building out their garage into a living space from the city. Appreciate that letter. Received no such letter about the encampment. Saw it with my own eyes as I was driving down my street. I'm concerned about the lack of planning that the encampment has now become and created, and I don't think you've done enough planning to take the next step. I appreciate the presentation tonight. I'm a bit surprised that, now we're up against a deadline, and I think you're rushing to a decision. So I think more planning is in order. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Next, we have Ava Cristofalo Fernandez. then Austin Ringelstein, and then Chris Barton.
Thank you again for continuing to listen to us. One major concern that I have with what I've been hearing about this project has to do with there are a lot of unconscious language issues that I've been picking up on, having to do with transitioning people. That type of language treats them as if they are something that you move. It treats them as they are something. Language matters to me. I also would like to say that I have experienced a great deal of housing insecurity in the Ojai Valley, and I have been fortunate to have been offered hospitality multiple times by beautiful people here. It is all too common trope, the NIMBY reality of people wishing that other people's hardships were kept out of sight and out of earshot. There are virtually no representatives of the people who are being discussed here as if they are a problem, something to be solved, something that we care about even, but a thing, and a thing which is troubling to the people in this room, as opposed to what is going on with the people that are actually there. There are very few, if any, in this room representing themselves to you. What is being discussed to do to them, for them, and perhaps it would be wise to involve them much more, with much more agency in their own lives, and more of an understanding that what we haven't necessarily.
Thank you. Thanks, Ava. Next we have Austin, then Chris Barton, and then Ethan. Austin, I think, went home. Chris Barton?
Thanks for hearing from us tonight. Yeah, ditto to some of what, or to what Eva said. And I'm wondering, on that note, of the 24, it sounds like folks who live in the encampment, if they were invited tonight, if there was outreach.
Well, one did come, but I think he left.
But
Oh, he's still here?
Okay.
Oh, good.
yeah, I would, you know, I definitely approve of seeking out state funding to help our most vulnerable citizens. I hope that we'll listen to them and get their perspective and make sure it's something that they want and will be good for them, because like we're hearing a lot from a lot of people who don't want them around in the immediate vicinity, but they, people need to live somewhere, and like Nora said, like our housing issue, our houseless issue, it like locally, statewide, nationally is a result of our collective failing and prioritizing profits over people, which we do on the national level, we do on a state level, and we do on a local level. I am in support of seeking and receiving funding, but I want to defer to what the houseless folks in town want out of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next we have Ethan, and then Lori Sigmund, and then Jessica McCrae.
Hi, I'm Ethan. I'm a co-founder of 805 Harm Reduction. I'm in support of seeking funding. I want to suggest talking to and asking the unhoused people who actually live in the current encampment their opinion on being moved, because they're the people who are most directly affected by this. I request that you move forward remembering that unhoused people are not your property, but it is your responsibility to keep them safe. These people are local to Ojai and know Ojai as their home, and it's unfair to just like kick them out to Ventura. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan. Next we have Lori Sigmund, then Jessica McCrae, and then Ruth Miller.
Good evening. I want to say ditto to what a lot of my neighbors have articulated already, but I do have a few more things to add. I support wholeheartedly pursuing a grant that will help the people from the Ojai Valley experiencing homelessness. I especially have done some little research on it, and I see that, you know, it's modeled after Housing First, that paradigm. And that's a good thing because it includes the wraparound services that we need, and those have already been articulated. However, as a neighbor, I was shocked and concerned with the lack of notification that this was being proposed. I get USPS notices about removal of heritage trees, development on vacant lots, or major permitting process. Why didn't I get notification by mail of this type of development? This impacts us in the neighborhood. And while I support pursuing a grant and for this purpose, this is not the place for it. City of Santa Barbara had a successful endeavor. It's in a commercial and business area. City of Thousand Oaks, I read the article today. That's not in a residential neighborhood. And, you know, many of what my neighbors have said in terms of, you know, the historical property, the deed for the Smith-Hobson property. I could stand up here and tell you that stories of what has happened to me, and I've been reporting incidents over the last 3 years, and I will correct Carl because the encampment started to explode in November of 2022.
Thank you, Lori. Next, we have Jessica McCrae, then Ruth Miller, and then Betsy Van Light and Kathy Nolan.
Hi, I'm going to say ditto to a lot of the neighbors. I'm in support of going forward with the grant. We need to do something. We can't do what we've been doing over the last year and just cover our eyes and pretend like that's not happening out there. So I applaud you all for going after the grant and trying to do something. I don't know that this area here is the right spot for it. I don't think this neighborhood can sustain the amount of people that are here, and I think that's why we're getting a lot more complaints from the neighbors. We've had unhoused in this neighborhood for years, and it's not been something that's been this uncohesive. This is just too many people here. And it's been the wild, wild west, someone else said too. It's just been allowed to just go. So I support the grant, but I do also support a lot more effort put into where's the right spot for that to be. And I just don't think this neighborhood can sustain the amount of people that are here. So, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Jessica. Next, we have Ruth Miller, then Betsy Van Light and Kathy Nolan, and then Brian Akins.
Hi. For starters, this is after my bedtime. Thank you for considering the ERF grant application before you. We see two compelling reasons to approve the grant. The first reason is compassion for our homeless neighbors. The second reason is to ensure realistic results for the safety of the entire community, considering the threat of disease and fire if the encampment is not resolved. Application is not a site approval. It is not a project approval. In fact, the city can decide not to accept the grant if a viable location is not approved. Our most vulnerable need the help this grant has to offer. Living in tents is not an acceptable option for the elderly and disabled neighbors. The law as it stands gives only one option to dismantle encampments, and that is to provide housing. If approved, the grant gives the city an important opportunity to create a compassionate and realistic process to house our most vulnerable and to resolve the dangerous situation at City Hall. To do nothing is to invite disease, fire, and immeasurable suffering. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Next, we have Betsy Van Light and Kathy Nolan. Then Brian Akins, and then Leora Lazak.
Good evening, all. I'm Betsy Van Light. This is Kathy Nolan. And as you know, we are representing the Ojai Valley Green Coalition here. And I'm on the Homelessness Task Force as well. We strongly support moving forward with the grant. We strongly support, and listening to a lot of the stories from folks tonight makes me feel more strongly that, because actually from the Green Coalition perspective, it's interesting, there were a couple of main recommendations that came out when we did the community input process for the 8-acre property. One of the main things that came up as a recommendation was that we needed to do a better job with our unhoused community who were on the property, that we needed to offer and serve in ways that we hadn't so far. The second recommendation, or one of the other recommendations, was to rehab the garden area and protect and do more with the restoration, Middle Stewart Canyon. The grant will allow us to do all of those things. That's what the grant is about. And yes, there's questions about location, but the grant is what allows folks to actually have living accommodations that work. And the grant allows us to get people out of the river bottom and the places that aren't healthy for them or for the ecosystem, and allow us to come back in and start really doing restoration work. And we're ready to do that. The Green Coalition is ready to do that, to get involved and make that happen. So the grant really supports all of these things. And then my last point I would make is that it's clear we need a multi-stakeholder working group for this issue.
Thank you, Betsy and Kathy. Next, we have Brian Akins, then Leora Lazak, and then Nuria Rosa Cristofalo Fernandez.
Hello, I'm Brian Akins. I am the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. We've talked about a lot tonight. I have in front of me the grant deed that was dated December 5th, 1973, giving this property to the city of Ojai from Fred Smith, Barbara Barnard Smith, Helen Margaret Smith, and the estate of Grace Hobson Smith. And this is what they said could be done with the property. This conveyance is made upon the express condition that the within described property shall be used by the grantee only for public purpose, including but not by way of limitation the right of the grantee to repair, remodel, or demolish any structure located on the property, and to build thereon any type of public building, but without the right of the grantee to sell, exchange, or lease said premises, except that grantee may rent said premises for public events. Again, December 5th, 1973. Of course, subsequent to that deed of grant that I have in my hand, this property was then landmarked, again, 8.4 acres here. I'm honored to speak behind these two fine women who worked so hard in organizing this. I went to a meeting and shared with them that this is landmark property, something to keep in mind. There are 3 items that are specifically called out in the landmark. 1 would be the tennis court, 2 would be these buildings right here, and 3 is that fabulous stable that's off to the right that I'm still waiting for more tours to take. So just those things to keep in mind when people are talking about and what the property can and maybe cannot be used. Again, I refer to City Attorney Summers, who can read that paragraph and explain it to umpteen detail to make sure that we are not doing anything to this property that would cause for it to be taken.
Thank you, Brian. Next, we have Leora Lazak, and then Nuria Rosa Cristofalo Fernandez.
Hello. I am in proposal of seeking funding to support the unhoused in this community. However, after the presentation from Dignity Moves, I have concerns about some of the language that was used. I also have concern about the language that was used in presenting this as a whole. Language such as controlling and policing, this hyper focus on how people can be controlled when these people themselves have not been brought into a conversation that is about them, about their well-being, their ability to find house and home, livelihood and stability, something that we all have a right to. I also have concern with language such as natural materials used at entrances. The way in which this company clearly moves to make this problem, which is a problem for all of us because those who are unhoused in our communities are our neighbors. Even if they do not have a rent or lease or ownership of a home, they are our neighbors. And saying natural materials on the entrance is to say we will make this invisible, no one else needs to see. So I have deep concern about the lack of involvement of the people that we are talking about. I have deep concern of the dehumanizing language that is being used to speak about them. And I have deep concern that this company is more focused on making money than actually making change. Please consider applying for this grant money, absolutely. But please consider taking a step back and speaking to the unhoused neighbors who we live with. Ask them what they need, what is their preference, and how they can have agency over their own lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leora. Next, we have Nuria Rosa Cristofal Fernandez.
Honestly, ditto on like a lot of what they said. That was beautifully said. Thank you, Nori. I really think that there was a serious lack of inclusion of those houseless people who live in that encampment, who this genuinely directly affects them. And I completely agree, like, what I've been hearing from the neighbors, like, obviously we don't want anyone in the community to feel unsafe, but I do not appreciate the dehumanization that's been going on. Like, those people are no different than you and me. Like, a lot of them are elders. They could be our grandparents. Like, I wouldn't want my grandmother being talked to in the way that I've been hearing people talk about them tonight. I don't know. I haven't done enough research about this particular project to know if it's, like, what needs to happen, but I definitely urge you guys to seriously take into consideration and consult the people who this directly affects. Like, talk to them before making decisions that affect their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuria. Any comments online, Weston?
Yes, Mayor, we have one raised hand right now, which is Anita. Anita, you have the floor.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, so I want to thank everyone for all their hard work on this, city council staff, mayor, all of the other people. So I would like to say that most of the issues brought up tonight will not go away if you do not approve this project. They'll still be there, they'll get worse. Passing on this grant would mean that the current situation has no end date. So the infrastructure and personnel support funding that will come from this grant is very important for some of our most vulnerable community members. I also think the city should really consider, is this the appropriate place? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know the answer to that. But I hope that they are very actively evaluating location. This project is a very important part of our housing crisis. It is a piece of the puzzle and only a piece of it in order for Ojai to maintain our vibrant, diverse community. Thank you very much for all your work.
Thank you, Anita. Next, we have Doug Labar.
Resident of Ojai, live on South Blanche. And it was curious, I was reading through the website of the Dignity Moves and came across a section that talked about using private land, and that there are incentives. I hadn't heard anybody talk about that, and I'm not sure if I'm clear about that or not, but what I read, I thought, was that there are in like-kind donations that are granted to the landowner if they allow these buildings to be put on, as well as their property taxes are forgiven during the time that those are on there. It's a great incentive for private property. The other area that I was thinking of is Matilla Junior High is empty. I mean, Nordhoff is using the gymnasium, but there are a lot of buildings there. They've got electricity, they've got lights, they've got bathrooms. And I know the administration buildings are going to be moving over there, and then those buildings over there are going to be empty. So I think there's a lot of different things that we could be doing that we need to explore, and I encourage moving ahead with the grant so that it will allow us some time to figure that out.
Thank you, Doug. Next we have Jerry.
Oh, good.
Thank you for waiting, Jerry.
All right, thank you, folks. Yes, yeah, I really appreciate everything I've been listening to. I listen to everybody, and I feel for everyone's concerns. I'm a very approachable person. You know, I am requesting that my integrity be honored. You know, we want our dignity to move forward. Let's be dignified and treat each other like equal human beings. And you can fully screen me. I am fully transparent. I have a really good record, modesty aside, even my driving record. I've been free from alcohol, nicotine, and drugs for over 33 plus years. And well, thank you. You know, we're not supposed to applaud by clapping, but thank you anyway. I'll applaud for us, the sacreds here. Yes, I am very approachable. I am requesting that the individuals be heard, like myself. I need to be heard. Through this whole processing, going all the way back to June, it's been 6+ months now. No one's really ever asked me, hey, what, do you have any ideas? What do you need? This person that is assigned to us to oversee our encampment, he's posted these code of ethics that no one's really honoring, except the people that don't participate in alcohol, cigarettes, and drugs, like myself. I am surrounded by a lot of toxic energy, and I do not sleep well at night. I am a very stressed person. I do need help. I'm very resilient. I know how to survive. I'm a survivalist and an environmentalist. I have been known as one who comes with the earth. They know me. Please consider my ideas and needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Okay. Is that it, Weston?
There's no more raised hands on Zoom, Mayor.
Okay, we will move on to discussion.
May I ask, before you close the public hearing, my request is if they're willing, if Betsy Van Light and Kathy Nolan would take 1 minute to tell about the stakeholder meeting that you have in mind? Would that be okay with the rest of the council?
Is that okay, council? Yep.
Yeah.
If
you're
they
willing.
want to.
If you want to. Yeah.
The thing that's become really clear, being involved with the 8-acre property and also on the task force, is that, and then listening tonight, there's just a lot of different perspectives and needs, and these issues we know are so complex. We know this. And it's not just here, it's so many places. And so the thing that Kathy and I have been talking about is the need for more of a working group that meets often and ongoing and includes those who are unhoused and includes neighbors and includes the city and includes the county and includes law enforcement and includes those who provide services and a number of different other stakeholders as well. And that we would come together and truly begin to meet a lot and slowly work our way through all of the different issues. And some will be more technical issues that require more on the part of certain stakeholders. Some will be much more about the lived experience. But just that we have a way of truly getting to know each other, work with each other, and find our way forward in this community in a way that really meets the needs of all and takes us somewhere that isn't just a sort of a crisis management type of position. So that's as far as I've gotten with my thinking about it, but it just feels like that kind of working group that we need with representation from different stakeholders.
May I comment quickly? You and Kathy are both experienced workshop moderators. You know, you're a former college professor. You have experience in bringing diverse groups together and moderating, so there's constructive and peaceful dialogue.
Yeah, and that's why we're saying we don't know what
willing
it
to do
looks
it,
like, but
yeah.
we're definitely willing to be part of that.
Yes.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Betsy. Okay, let's move on to council discussion. Who would like to begin?
I guess I will. So first I want to make clear that we do need to address putting a roof over the heads of our homeless. And anything I say forward is not attempting to nullify that. In fact, we really can't do anything, well, we can't do a full solution to the encampment until we do have roofs over the head under current laws. So we need to have a plan to put roofs over the heads of our homeless, but it's not a binary decision. It's not this grant or we leave the encampment to in squalor. We were offered no alternatives as to how to address the encampment, and that's one of my biggest concerns. But it's also my great concern that we do not have a statement about how much it's going to cost our city to start down the path that's being proposed tonight. What is that going to cost us, going on in the future? I talked about this issue with James Vega multiple times, and James' great concern, his number one concern about the homeless issue was that we put in place an agreement with the county about how we were going to share in the costs of addressing homelessness. James' view was that we represent 25% of the valley population, and the county represents the rest, so a 75% share. He wanted to see us get into some type of an agreement that allocated costs between the county and the city that was fair. I've talked to Johnny Johnston about the same issue. He is our former city manager, and before he retired, he was our mayor. And he's of the same mind, that we need to figure out this financial issue first and up front. We can't do a shoot first and then, figure it out later. And we're gonna start down a path, if we apply for this grant, and it's granted, and we're granted the money, we're gonna start down a path that's gonna eliminate potential options because now we're tied into a grant. We just hired an expert in municipal projects, in municipal management. I so much want to hear what his advice is going to be to us about, I think, the many ways that we can approach this. There are ideas thrown out tonight that I think, need to at least be explored, because there are cities who are purchasing a rundown hotel, and then they're converting that into housing space to address their homeless issue. I still don't understand if we've got elderly, infirm people in the encampment right now, what has been done to look at moving, providing transportation for them to the Grange Hall, which for the past several winters has been our homeless shelter for the valley. And they've got, my understanding is that they've got 3 or 4 people staying there right now, but they have a capacity for, approximately 15. I think we could address, I don't get the connect between, we've got sanitation issues to deal with, we've got security issues to deal with. I think I don't understand what those would cost if we didn't go the grant route, and also what potential other sources of funding are there. My belief is that, and I think what we should do is take a hard look at making the grant application in the next round of funding, which is going to start on February 1st. And that would give our new city manager the opportunity to look at this problem that we have and what are the most sensible solutions, what ways of addressing it are going to fit best in our economic future. Johnny Johnston referred to this as digging a black hole and throwing money into it. That we don't know how much money we're going to spend if we pursue the grant application. And I don't want anyone to get the sense that I don't appreciate all the work that's been done to address this issue. The people who stood up and said there's a problem in Ojai and it needs attention, and they got out there first before our city did. And I think that's an amazing contribution to the city. But we need to have our subject matter expert get involved, give us good advice. One of the things he talked about, to us in his interview process is that if he doesn't know the answer himself, he will find the person who will give us the advice that we need. And my final comment is I cannot imagine that we'd move forward without a budget, without an agreement in place with the county as to how we're going to share costs going forward, and based upon a 3-page report for an extremely complex issue.
Okay. To the best of my understanding, I did not hear you say anything that would be, prohibited if we apply for this grant. There is nothing that's going to prevent our new city manager for investigating, for exploring other avenues There's nothing here that prevents us from implementing the home share program that you promoted during your candidacy. I've not seen any rooms for rent. I rent a room. I was homeless. People say I wasn't homeless because I was living in a tiny, tiny cabin without a shower, just with a toilet, no cooking facilities, with my 2 dogs. So there are people in the community who said, well, you're not homeless. Well, I'm sorry. I would like those people to live like that for 3 days and then show up nice and clean for city council. You know, everything I do is a challenge because my stuff is in storage. Okay, I'm very lucky because I've got a nice big family. I'll always have a roof over my head. But anyway, I don't see how this grant does not prevent us from exploring county and city partnerships, correct? There's nothing. Also, the Grange Hall, my understanding is that it's a nighttime program. They have to leave at 7 in the morning. When you're 74 years old and you can hardly walk, you're gonna go stand out and wait for the trolley for 45 minutes so you can go back in town, walk around, and then go back to the Grange, which is also, Jennifer, I heard you say that we can still explore land outside the city limit. It can be in the county. It can also be 3 different plots of land. We are not tied down in any way. We are not tied to a location. We're not tied down at all. And when the time comes, if the city manager, new city manager, has good reason that this is not a good idea, we're going to listen to it. So I see no reason
I'll
not to
answer your
approve.
question if you want, but I don't think you want me to.
Let's do
I don't mind. I actually.
Let's go through the mayor and let's do round 2 as when other people have spoken. Go ahead.
Let Andy go.
You know, I am in. I just don't see the downside of moving forward with the grant. I agree that there is nothing that stops any further reconsideration, figuring things out, coming up with a budget. And I agree with Ms. Harold when she says this moves the energy in the proper way. This gets us to the point where we have the best chance of getting the most money to make this happen. As far as like other options, this has taken 6 months.
A year.
A year. I mean, yeah, I'm sure there
this
are.
far.
Yeah, I'm sure there are other options. But who's going to do that? We keep thinking that we can. That there's something. It's taken a year. We've had Mark Scott, who is an expert, our city manager, who has done this many, many, many times. He is the person that our current city manager would call. And he has supported this 100% and, in fact, volunteered with no dollars, as he is happy to tell us all the time. So for me, it makes no sense to cut off our options. It makes all sense to leave our options open, to move the energy in the correct direction, and to get some sort of foundation from which we can start to figure out where we go. As part of any motion, I would also include that the Green Coalition be enabled, empowered, hired to do this stakeholders' ongoing working group. And I think that that's a way to bring the whole community together and to figure out what the options are. I would hate to say right now that we are not going to move forward with this. I just don't see the sense in that. So unless I hear something radically different, my inclination would be to make a motion that we move forward with the grant, that we also make a motion to empower the Green Coalition to put together their working group, including our new city manager, if he's so inclined, which my guess is he would be so inclined, and move forward with that in this way. It has been a year. And to the point which has been said,
we either live with what is there now and watch it expand in ways that are healthy to no one at all, or we attempt to put in some processes that benefit everybody. And those can be determined. Those will bubble up holistically from a working group where all interests are put on the table. So to me, it's a clear cut decision. I don't see the downside. So that's my inclination, and I would be ready to make a motion if anyone would be ready to second it.
I'll second.
But okay.
Rachel can second if she wants. Okay.
Yeah. Do you wanna-
So the motion's made.
Yeah, I would make a motion that we enable, empower, agree to move forward with this grant, and that at the same time we also figure out the most appropriate way for the Green Coalition to work on this working group, whether that be that we contract with them or whatever that ends up being. That the
Direct the city manager to engage with the Ojai Valley Green Coalition regarding convening a stakeholder working group.
Exactly.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes. So coming into this evening, I had some concerns about applying for the grant because my primary concern is that we'd be limited to fulfilling, kind of like the ATP project, to going forward with a plan, even if we get into the plan and we realize this isn't the best option. What has changed my mind is that there's flexibility in it, and that we can turn down the money if we decide we want to go in a different direction or work with the county. The other thing that has really changed my mind and pushed me into supporting this is the security. And that is a part of phase one. So the sanitation and the security, which I think could address a lot of the neighbors' concerns, regardless of if we have the encampment. We cannot keep the encampment as it is. So I am in support of going forward with pursuing the funding, but I want to. I'm also in support of having the Green Coalition work with neighbors and work with some of the unhoused. I think we need a better plan. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Well, I think we all know this is a tough one. And I want to say a big thank you to the homeless task force, the unhoused task force. Ruth Miller, you're an angel. Where are you? Betsy Van Light, George Gaines, Jen Harkey, thank you so much for all your work. Dignity Moves, Chris, Jeff, Joanne, incredible people. Jane and Megan from Help of Ojai have also really helped out and given us some great advice. Staff, Carl, thank you for jumping in, and Mark Scott, if you're watching.
Yes, he's watching.
And ultimately, this all comes down to people, as we've heard. And I've spent time in the encampment. I've spent time with Rick. I've spent time in the coffee room. I've walked around. I've talked to people, and yes, it's true. Most of the people are over 65. Most of people need help. They're just like us, and we need to help them. We need to help the people who need it the most first, and that I'm clear with. On the other hand, I think that there are a lot of questions involved with this grant, and listening to the neighbors, talking to the neighbors, getting all the input from the neighbors. I think that we do definitely need a stakeholders meeting and a working group, and thank you, Betsy and Kathy, for volunteering. I would support waiting for the next round of funding, which I know is hard to say because we need to do something now. On the other hand, I think there are just too many questions. We've gotten so many questions from the neighbors. And I think we need to answer them and have a really solid plan before we move forward. And yes, ultimately, if we can't find another site, that's where it's going to be. And I think that's a difficult situation for us all to be in when we don't have an alternative, when we haven't explored all the alternatives and also talked to the people who are living there right now. So, and I also echo Mayor Bertem's idea that we need to get an agreement with the county. And I also talked to James Vega many times to share the costs. And also we have a new city manager starting next week. This will probably be the biggest project that he works on to begin with. So I think it's really important to get some input from him at this point before we make a big decision. So I would advocate to wait and to do the research and do the stakeholders meeting and apply in February.
But you did hear that may I have a turn? You did hear Jennifer Harvey say that our chances of getting the funding that we need are slim, possibly to zero. Secondly, I'm still not hearing anything that you said that we could not do if we apply for the grant. I don't see it. I don't see why the new city manager can do his job. The grant does not prevent that. The stakeholder meeting is different. It's very hard to go forward if we don't have we have some assurance of funding in this way. We may not even get the grant. And it does not prevent us from partnerships. We can still buy a hotel. We can house them at Matilla or Chaparral. None of that is negated by applying for the grant.
Councilmember Whitman?
Yeah. Did not hear that our chances in the second round of funding would be slim to none. Also, the really significant problem in saying, yeah, we'll apply for the grant. What incentive does the county have to contribute anything at that point in time? The idea is to negotiate with the county, get their buy-in on an equitable division of costs. If you agree to do this right now, you will remove all of your leverage with the county to try to get a fair deal with them.
Excuse me, Mayor?
I asked the staff if
Excuse
that's
me?
true.
Let's do one at a time. Are you finished, Councilmember?
Microphone, please.
I think that's just an assumption. I think the county, it's just like anything. You go to them and say, we're close. Can you kick in some money? It's much stronger position than, we're thinking about doing this or doing that. To me, it's exactly the opposite, is that they would be more willing to give us money if they knew that money was tripled in kind. I mean, I don't see that at all. And also the county is required to give us some money. So for me, that argument is actually flipped. If I'm the county, I'm going to give you money if you're closer. Then I'm going to, give you money if you're further away. And what I'm going to see is that you've already done the grant. I'm going to see that you already have plans. I'm going to see that you have a working group working towards this. And I'm going to be more inclined to think that my money is going to be well spent than if you come to me with plans, only, with no formalization and no movement forward, as no energy moving in the right direction. So I take a completely different and opposite view of how that actually will work.
Councilmember Lang? No,
Yeah.
Get back.
I think one thing that I keep thinking of, it's just, this is grant money. This is money coming into our city for a problem that we have. And I agree, the plan needs work. We need to figure this out. We need to work with the county. We need to work with the neighbors. We need a solid plan. And what I'm hearing tonight in this conversation is that, plan aside, the money will give us the flexibility to create a plan. We have a working plan right now, but the grant doesn't confine us to that plan. And by having stakeholder meetings, I mean, I have a hard time turning down money, and especially like this amount of money for something that we really need. And so that's where I'm having a really hard time seeing the drawbacks to this.
And
We had a motion made, I think,
Yeah.
did that motion have a second?
Is there a second to
Yes.
that motion?
I think Rachel did. Okay, yeah, I'll second it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a comment. Well,
Okay.
let's take turns.
Okay.
Yes, it is really hard to turn down money. There's no free money, so there are definitely strings attached to this. Let's just be honest with that. And I just coming back to, and it's no one's fault. We need to have more communication, though, with the neighbors. And that, with the people who are living in the encampment, with the people all around here, to really get a good view about what's happening. We've all spent time there, but we're all hearing new information tonight. And I just think we should wait till the next round of funding to have these meetings. Okay, Susan, then Andy?
I just want to make sure that everyone listening to this understands that the city of Ojai is 4.4 square miles. Most of Ojai is county. And we can move this project outside the city limit. There's all kinds of reasons for the county to work with us because the unincorporated area of the Ojai Valley is under county jurisdiction. They have a stake in the unincorporated area. Secondly, the communication that you spoke of, nothing applying. We can tomorrow morning, we can start communicating. There's no communication is not impacted by this grant
Councilmember Webb?
in any
Mayor-
way that I can see.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just, when it comes to these issues, we're lay people. And I'm relying upon James Vega, who was a subject matter expert. And he said we could not move forward until we had an agreement with the county in place. That was his first step. And I've talked to Johnny Johnston, also subject matter expert, knows more about finance than anyone that we have in the valley, municipal finance. And he advised me very strongly not to go forward until you get all your ducks in a row, you have a budget, you understand what it's going to cost you, you have a contract in place with the county. So every argument that's being made that we're not being prohibited, well, we're really not being prohibited from solving this problem because we don't take action tonight. We can still solve the problems, but I want Ben Harvey to be at the steering wheel when we do that, telling us what we should do. I think we've had a gap in leadership on this issue since James has left. And I really think we should put our trust that Ben will work this out. We're all determined to get the housing situation taken care of. When we started our terms, we were told that some of us were against affordable housing, and yet we worked out a much smarter plan for affordable housing than the prior council had. So I really urge you we have a really bright guy coming on board for us, and I just hate the idea of not getting his advice.
This is
Okay,
all for
all
you,
right,
Rachel.
all right. Well, wait, no, just, council, I just want to say, it's 11:25. We have a motion, we have a second. Can we have any final comments? And then let's have.
Final
vote.
comment?
Yeah.
We did have an expert. We had an expert, way more expert than James Vega, who never dealt with the homeless encampment. And in fact, he let the homeless encampment grow out of compassion. We had Mark.
Who walked away from us?
We
Who got up in the middle of a room?
No
and
crosstalk,
walked out,
please.
"I'm done"?
No crosstalk. Okay, continue.
My point being is that Mark Scott dealt with many, many, many more homeless situations and encampments than James Vega did. and he supports this 100% and in fact was part of putting this together. So we can hearken back to James Vega, but James Vega was a very young city manager who had no experience with a homeless situation. Or we can go with Mark Scott, who had at least 3 in the cities that he worked with and supports this 100% and in fact volunteered to come in to make sure that this would move forward. And once again, nothing precludes Ben Harvey from stepping right in and monitoring this whole situation. So I agree with the mayor. Let's call the question.
So just,
I'm
you've
ca-
left out of your discussion Johnny Johnston.
Well, nobody has talked to
no,
Johnny
no,
Johnson
no,
but
no,
you.
no.
So
Council, if I can make a
He's
Yeah,
not on
yeah.
the council.
clear recommendation.
Please, no crosstalk.
Mayor, Council,
yeah.
you 5 are elected.
This vote.
All the other people you're mentioning were never elected, except for Mr. Johnston, who was elected, but is no longer the mayor.
He's no
The
longer
current
the
5 is elected. Make a decision.
Okay, could we have the roll call, please, Weston?
Yes, at 11:11 p.m., there's a motion by Councilmember Rule with a second by Councilmember Francina to authorize the city manager to execute a grant application seeking competitive grant funding under the State of California Encampment Resolution Funding Program, Round 3, and to direct the city manager to engage with the Green Coalition as a stakeholder in the working group related to the project. Roll call. Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Whitman.
No.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
yes.
Motion
Great,
passes.
motion passes. Okay, all right, it is 11:25, so.
Mayor and Council, we'd recommend continuing items 7 and 8 to a future meeting.
Absolutely. Can we go on to council member reports when, we're still having a meeting, so if y'all could be quiet, please, thank you.
Can I just make a statement?
Just one sec.
I just want to thank everyone who came tonight and all of your comments. I know you're not even listening to me, but I appreciated everything I heard. And I am so grateful that we have a community that shows up and stays to 11:30 to comment. Thank you
Yeah.
very, very,
Thank you all.
very much.
Thank
Each
you.
and every one of you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to council member reports. Okay. Okay, Trina, we're going to take a break. Can you remove them? Okay, we're taking a break.
I don't think we need.